Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with people based on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has that big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Tackle the number one job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a three-letter word: jobs. Jobs.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion. Out of $1.4 billion, $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much.
with a slight Indian accent.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
Let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know more than most people know. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do. Damn liar, man. That's not true.
Hello. Oh. Oops, my thing almost. How are y'all doing? I'm back. Once again. Did anyone subscribe before? No, we're good. Dexter, if you're here, subscribed yesterday. Thank you. Lead Rose, thank you. Oh,
I am gay.
that's Liv Agar, and we're back for another Sunday stream. I believe Hassan is streaming today anyway, so oh well. That's usually it's my moment, but he's never off, folks. It's okay. That's life. How are we all doing? I have been not on the internet at all. Just not scrolling. I found that it's actually a lot easier to hit your like not scrolling. Hey Saber, how you going? Shout out to Bottom Like Loser. Follow her. And it's a lot easier to not hit your like Charles Darwin, thank you. To hit your like not scrolling and going on the internet goals if you tell your therapist about it. If you're like, I want to do this, and she's like, well, why don't you do that? And I'm like, you're right, I should not scroll this week. And then I actually don't do it because then I like have to tell her. Then I would have to tell her afterwards that I failed, and that's embarrassing. Lily Goose, thank you. That's the point of talk therapy, isn't it? I mean, that's just what Freud said, right? Is you just don't want to. It's like it is a sublimated way of not wanting to disappoint your mom, basically. I think he's probably right about that. But yeah, so that's been good. I've been crocheting more. Liv hasn't learned about lying to your therapist yet. My opinion on that, I'm sure that this is like a what's the deal with airplane food level take. I'm sure this is like a joke done to death. But it does kind of just feel like skipping class in university. Where it's like, it's not covered. Like, I'm paying for it out of pocket. You know, like, paying for a course and then not showing up. It's like, you paid for it. Like, you made the sandwich, you know? Like, so I'm also like, I feel like you guys should know based on the stream that I'm like a very honest, I just like say shit and I talk a lot. I'm a talker. So I just like, so you're robbing yourself if you lie to your therapist. Exactly. Like she doesn't fucking, it's not her problem. Like, I did my injection today. And I think I hit a Yuri app. It really makes you think. It's really a real surprise. I think I hit like a vein because I took it out and then it was bleeding. And now it kind of hurts. But I guess that's life, isn't it? It's fine. I'll still keep drinking that garbage. Crochet update. I've just been like crocheting and watching. I've been listening to podcasts. I've been reading. I'm making a little scarf. I relearned how to do double stitch, which is really, it's very easy to, it's like riding a bike, folks. I'm getting there. I ran out of yarn, so I switched. The tension is all fucked up. Like up here, it's like wider, and down here, so I don't know how to do tension yet. But I really like the wool, so I'm not sure how much the color works. I really like the pink. I was like, maybe I should just do a whole thing in this like pink yarn, but I didn't have enough. Where's Charlie? I'm actually gonna be taking care of him. Is it like in like a week? So he'll be here. He'll be at my apartment, and we can hang out. That'll be good. Hang out with my boy. Clyde is hanging out. Clyde is good, I think. I haven't seen him too much because he has the dog of my ex-girlfriend's mom. Now it's slightly different because we're best friends now. But it's still, you see the dog way less though, you know. Which happens, by the way. I use water to set the tension. I don't know what that means. So clearly not. Clearly there's like a tech here that I'm not up on. I'm also gonna get into Warhammer, of course. Of course, I'm like, my bank account is already, I don't spend enough as is. But I found my faction though. And it's like so obvious. I know that I said I was gonna do a faction before. Please, I want you to guess. I want the chatters who know 40K to guess, because it's very easy to guess. Ors is a good guess. Tau is interesting. Slanesh is a good guess. Interesting, we're all surely not sisters. Surely not sisters. No, it's that one. It's that one. I'm all in on that. I love them. It's just me. It's just, if you're unfamiliar, there's an entire human faction, the Sisters of Battle, who just have platinum blonde bobs. Like, technically not lore-wise. Lore-wise, they don't all have that. It's only one of the but like, come on. Like, come on. Like, wait, where's another with the hair? Like, come on. It's like too, surely not sisters, presumably because it's too on the nose. But I've never been a subtle person. Do you know what I mean? Like, if anything, it makes me want to dye my hair lighter. You know, like there's this lady I've been watching on YouTube. She it's the last video I watched of hers is like bird facts. And like she's got like the white hair. Am I going to convert to Eastern Orthodox? Well, that would be Catholic, wouldn't it? Like, who's this lady? This lady wants to make me go like, hold on, like completely white. I guess we do kind of have the same hair color. Never mind. I'm seeing it on video, and I guess it isn't really all that different actually. So that is the same color actually. You're right. Okay, never mind. I'm too gentle to serve the Imperium. No, honestly, I think with those, I enjoy like the fascist LARP. I appreciate that you assume that I'm not like that. But no, definitely. That feels like it's kind of the point of that universe. And honestly, the Sisters are like probably the least evil human faction. I just saw the Sisters described as the only faction that would like help a crying child in the middle of a battlefield. But it's as long as they serve the Emperor. As long, you know, if that child doesn't think the Emperor is, you know, savior of humanity and the protector. Absolutely false. Which one is it then? Yes, no, if the child doesn't think the Emperor is the protector of humankind, then obviously they're gonna the child is gonna get burnt to a crisp. Obviously. They exist in the lore, yeah, because it's like the church said there were no men at arms in the church, and so they're women. Yeah. Pakistani lover boy, thank you. Oh, the guard of the salamanders. Okay, that makes sense. I don't really know the lore as much, but I saw them. Honestly, orcs is a good guess. I think if the sisters didn't exist, I would do orcs because I think they're fun. Um, it's like I played Warlock in Hearthstone. It's fun. You just like put a shit ton of cards down. It's like ridiculous. Um, and you know the Wa. I like that they have a. I like that canonically orcs in this universe, their machines run on their belief. Like it's just like they think like orcs are too stupid to like actually have advanced machinery, but like they believe the machines work, and it just is powered through that like psychic belief. I think that's great. Um, the sisters are like loyal though. That's the lore, right? Like there are very few of them that get corrupted by the warp and become like twisted evil or whatever. I am like now realizing the more that I look at the Warhammer lore broadly is that the game actually isn't like the purpose of the game. It's not like a its main thing isn't actually a tabletop. It's not like the point isn't to collect things. It's actually like a psyop to get men attracted to women who have platinum blonde bobs. The more I'm looking at the lore discussion, and there's obviously a conversation to be had about like the misogyny there. Obviously, I mean it's so obvious it feels like it's not even worth saying. It's like yeah, um, I can't. The orcs work on Balkan car logic. Yeah, that is kind of why I like them. Um, they were designed to have belief powered tech, so it couldn't be reverse engineered used against them. I see. That's cool. That's a funnier explanation than the one I have. I'm platinum blonde? I think so. It's gotten a little lighter, or it's gotten a little dark. Like every time I wash it, it goes a bit towards the gross, like bleached color, the like yellow. The Tithe series. Okay. I'm too worried to get into Warhammer fiction. Cause like I feel like I'm so picky in relation to like fiction. Like I'm in the middle of Fellowship and I'm like, this is good. Like this is I feel like I'm not wasting my time here. Like I do read slop sometimes, but I don't like occupying my time with like sci-fi slop. Yeah, the books are very hit or miss. Yeah, I mean um I'm sure it's good though. But yeah, what else was I gonna say with that? Um I originally wanted to do Slanesh, but no, I've changed my mind. Um the stereotype with sisters players is that they're like old, balding, 40-year-old men, right? It's like the horny faction. It's like the cover your drink around him faction. And then also ladies. What even is Warhammer? That's a good question. Warhammer is a game that's made it's by a company that sells these like plastic models. Aren't they literally plastic? They're like rosin, and then you glue them. It's like kind of Gundam, but like more overpriced. And then it has like a rule set, and then you play the characters against other people. So it's like it's one of those like D&D sort of like this is the thing you did before video games were possible. I played it a bit and it is fun. I do like it actually. There's a shit ton of dice rolls. And the universe, it's very like it takes a shit ton of different franchises and copies them basically. You have the elves and then the dark elves, dark elf faction, and then you have the orcs. You have like the Imperium of Man, which is like very Dune. So there's like a god emperor. He's not quite like interestingly, I oh yeah, no, there's a god emperor. Like the ladies that I like, the faction that's like the militant wing of the clerical institution, like they serve the emperor and they kill anyone who doesn't believe in the god emperor. And then there's like the warp and there's like demons that have corrupted everything, but it's like in space. It's pretty sick, honestly. I do like it. I I think a lot of the lore is like kind of fascist coded, but it's like ambiguous enough, and there are enough people who control the. Currently building my guard army. I didn't know we had. I'm trying to. What is the stereotype for guard? That you're like 70 years old. Isn't that the bit? It's like a. Guard is cool though. I like. It's just like the most generic like human. Like regular humans, right? Grimdark space fascism. When is a parody to fascism? Well, that always fails though. I'm a 31-year-old unk. That is spiritually unk, I feel like. I feel like that's like the youngest. Yeah, it's very cool. I like the units they have where it's like they found like, I know this is with the sisters as well as other ones, where they found like an unbeliever and they're keeping him alive with these like injecting him with like I see why like men who are horny play sisters actually, they with like sensory heightening drugs, then attach him to like a machine. It's like a war machine that like, you know, he has no armor. It's incredibly painful. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? The specific penitent engine, and it goes off of the. What's a good look at this? No, this is Amazon. I don't want to. What's a good look at a penitent engine? It's like you build the models. They're cute, and it tortures the person, and then they're, you know, it's their penitence for not believing in the emperor. I mean, the bit is kind of there's no good faction, although there's clearly like much better factions. I feel like the Tau aren't too bad, right? The Tower Protoss. Apparently StarCraft was originally going to be a Warhammer thing. Like that's why they have Space Marines. If you've heard the expression Space Marines, it's from Warhammer. And then the Tower Protoss and then the Zerg are. How am I blanking on the faction name? The Tyranids. No, I got it before someone chatted it. I got it. I don't. It's not a Biden count. And then there are the elves, who are like. They got so powerful and like got so bored. Like their empire lasted for 50 million years. But they did so much like excess. They were just like doing sex parties, and this is where like the like culturally fascist kind of bit, you know, like decadence. The Protoss are Eldar? I don't think so. I think Eldar are just elves. I think surely Tower the Protoss, right? Because they look funky too. Like Eldar are like beautiful, kind of uncanny elves, like in Lord of the Rings. And they live a shit ton. They live really long. But the Eldar, like, they had a massive empire spanning 50 million years. They were the most dominant, but they did so many sex parties that they spawned like the god of excess, this like corrupt demon that like when it spawned, it consumed most of the intergalactic empire and then consumed almost all of the Eldar souls, except for the people who were like, I don't like all these sex parties, and then they left. And then there are the Dark Elves. Tower post Dark Creation. Oh, of course, right. So I guess they are Eldar. Okay. It's more like the Tau are Protoss then. That's interesting. The Eldar are Protoss. The Tau probably didn't even exist when Stargate 1 came out. Interesting. You can see there's like the fascism there of like, if you get way too horny, everything just like starts to explode. And then you get corrupted by. Yes, Tau are also Japanese coded. Like they literally have like. The Tau worlds have like cherry blossoms. It's very on the nose. It's very on the nose. The Japanese mech horror race, they have Gundams. It's for people who want to build Gundams, I guess. Um, it's for space weebs. Yeah, I do like the tower, like a bit boring for me. I was thinking about Slanesh or the Emperor's Children, which is like a corrupted legion or whatever, which is cool because they serve like an evil, the god of excess. Um, that's cool. The dark elves are pretty cool. The Drukhari, because they're just like doing evil shit for the love of the game. Like they just want to, I think. Or it's that like the more evil they do, the harder it is for the god of excess to devour their souls. But they're doing some like Dune, chair dog shit where they're like turning people into like sex furniture to torture them for thousands of years. Very Hellraiser coded. Apparently the Dark Elves are kind of underappreciated though. Like there aren't that many actual guys. The ones that I really want to get the church organ tank. The Exorcist. This thing is awesome. This is so cool. I want to make one of these. Is it The Exorcist? Let me show you. It's horrifically expensive. They're all $92 for this thing. My goodness. But $112. Sorry. Or maybe this is Canadian. It's a fucking tank it's an artillery tank it shoots church organ out of the fucking church organ. They also have the fleur de lis, which is very funny. The sisters are Quebecois canonically. So, how big is the model? It's like this big. It's not very large. I mean, you have to paint it yourself. You have to glue it together and paint it yourself. That's kind of the part of it. I feel like putting together is part of it. I mean, I know people who do Warhammer, so they're just gonna help me. Yeah, it's like a hobby. That's the point of it. Is the hobby is putting it together. Also, I was looking like the faces for. One thing I don't like about the models, and it is really like, well, that's not actually a. I feel like the faces are a little ugly for like the ladies. This is not a good example. I think she looks fine. I mean, it's mainly about are you painted, I guess. But you can like buy better face, like it's just like a 3D printed little thing. So you can stick your own faces on them. So I was searching on Etsy for like sisters, Sisters of Battle Etsy. And there are some I mean, I should have known. There was the faces and they're cute. The other 3D printed fucking shit that people are buying for the sisters, there are some fucking gooners. Like Jesus Christ. Oh man. The one for Celestia or whatever, the like living saint. If you search that on Etsy, like content war, like it's like Celestine, yeah. There's like a gooner anime Saint Celestine on Etsy that I would like. It's horrifying. It's horrifying. Every faction is their gooners. Yeah, I mean it's a very male dominated. Apparently the sisters is like the most women. Like there was a big crossover between the sisters subreddit and then like the crochet one or something. And it's like that's how you know. Have you seen this mechas the sisters are tied? The penitence machine. Was that what we were talking about? Oh, you weren't kidding? Oh, yeah. And they have like the boob size options. They have like the one where she doesn't have any clothes on. Tuners are popular with women. That makes sense. Yeah. So, that's not good. That's less than ideal, I think. That is one component of it. Is it's clearly made by men for men. So any like woman related one. Don't Etsy sisters repent. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Because it's the repentance machine. Okay, let me. For those for if you want the visual. Oh yeah, this is so horny. You know what I will say, because the female models are kind of ugly. At least they're not gooner bait. At least the actual official models aren't gooner bait. We have that at least. Anyway. A lot of trans women who love AdMech. I see that. That makes sense. That's a cool one. I really like the sexual. I think of it here too. I really like the one, the Knights. Those like big ass, the Imperial Knights are these like big ass. Like you don't have many of them, and apparently they're quite cheap for. And like this is like the aristocracy. This is how they fight. It's like the 40K equivalent of being. I mean, it's a knight, I guess. It's like having the having knight's armor, I guess. I guess it's a pretty 1-to-1. That's another cool one. The Sisters of Battle or Adeptus Sororitas. They get attached to the outside of a mecha naked and blindfolded as punishment. Right, yes. Yes, right. That's like your second chance or whatever. So they're all like, it's all gooner bait, the Etsy version. Blindfolded, you gotta listen. You betrayed the Emperor. You have to show, if he truly loves you, you'll survive. That's like a component of the sisters, is like they believe in the Emperor so much that like miracles happen. Because my understanding of the universe is that obviously psychic stuff is very important. So if people just like believe, this is another component of it that is very fascist coded to me. It's like if people like believe things, that they become true. Hence like orc machines functioning based on their belief. So it's very like it's very self-reassuring for the fascists that if they believe hard enough in their faith in the Emperor, he will actually like intervene and like miracles are possible, is what I'm saying. But I kind of love it. I think it's great. It's manifesting. This is why genuinely, unironically, manifesting is fascist. The Power of Positivity, like The Secret, is a fascist book. It is Evola coded. It is written by Adolf Hitler spiritually. And this is why the petty bourgeois are so fascist, right? Like no one, like most people are not as knowledgeable about how weak they are, like in terms of their social position and how beholden they are to a completely unforgiving market they have no control over, than the petty bourgeois, than the small business tyrant. He has no control over the inputs that he buys from, and then the outputs that he sells to the market. The market could change, and then suddenly his product that he's put all his energy into is no longer profitable. So it makes sense that one, they become fascist, and two, they believe in like the secret shit. Like the secret manifestation is a petty bourgeois belief system. This is the obsession in America. It's very like, this is like McCarthy's base. This obsession with small business, and also like being against the state in the libertarian sense. It's like petty bourgeois. It's like you want to be the biggest fish in the smallest pond. You're afraid of big things, these big institutions, like the big government, big corporations, but not because you don't like capitalism, but because you want to ensure your own power over the limited labor pool that you have power over, that you have influence over, that you exploit. So yeah, that is why manifestation is fascist is a good tweet. I haven't been on Twitter in a while, but I do have a couple tweets like in my brain. I don't think they're very good. I think I'm doing too well to like think of funny tweets. I am gay. Catalytic, thank you for the 5 months. But like they're kind of there. I was thinking about how, like, when I stare too, this one isn't very good. Like, when I stare too deeply into the void, I start like really liking Taylor Swift a bit too much. You know, like, you're right, Queen. It is really hard to be a well-off white woman, and you do think about the haters a normal and well-adjusted amount. I don't think that's a very good tweet, though. It is true, though, honestly. I'm like, she's so right. She's so right. I was thinking about how Joseph Stalin was an angle frauder, that he like face tuned his face, and then he's actually like what is the term? He's a sub 3 angle frauder. I'm worried that the sub there for looks maxing has like a racial connotation, because it's like you're below a 3 out of 10. Not to be weird, but you look different today. Okay. Thank you, I guess. Is it a good different? I don't know. They shot another one. They did. I haven't looked at the news too much, but this seems to be a guy who was doing open carry. Didn't Trump? Okay, we also have to talk about the fact that Trump did a fucking press conference, and then he was literally like, yeah, it was bad that we killed Renee Good. That was a mistake, but mistakes happen. Did you see that? Oh, I did. I'm using black eyeliner today. That could be why. Is that the difference? He said that. He was like, it's like, it was about Renee. I swear to fucking God. Trump calls Renee Good killing a tragedy and says ICE agents will make mistakes. It's so fucking funny how much they just completely threw JD Vance under the bus. Just completely threw JD Vance under the bus. They were like, you have to go out and defend this. And then as soon as it gets a bit too hot, we're going to be like, yeah, no, I don't know what that fucking idiot was talking about. It was pretty regrettable. What's the Asmongold take now? Like, what are they like? It's like, oh yeah, your fucking guy literally doesn't like ICE as much as you guys do. Aspen's getting wobbly. Okay, yeah, they're cooking. They're getting cooked. They're getting cooked. He says it's Tim Walz' fault for like escalating. He's not defending the last one. I mean, he's like, I'm sure, yeah, he's saying like, oh, Tim Walz is being way too aggressive about it by being like, hey guys, can you please stop it? Can you please stop it? I know that I'm the governor and I have institutional power, but can you please stop killing people, ICE? Like, they always like, that's like, oh, that's too divisive. Like, he's really the one who's responsible for this. You know what? That is an important component. So they killed a guy who was like, he was filming, and then the video is horrific. He's filming, and then these ICE agents like just start grabbing him, and like, one of them grabs him initially, and then a couple of them start like grabbing him, presumably to try to arrest him. Then they throw him to the ground, and he gets shot like 3 times in the chest. And the response seems to have been that he like, oh well, he had a concealed carry, he had a gun on him. So the classic, the bootlicker headline, like, ICE shoots armed man, but like, he didn't draw the gun. It was he had it legally. It was a concealed carry license, and it was in the holster. Pushed him down, beat him, disarmed him, and then shot him. So has the NRA switched? Someone was saying the NRA is like not happy. NRA and pro-gun groups call for full investigation to killing of Alex Preddy. Because, yeah, I mean, gun rights groups fiercely criticize, oh my fucking God, top LA federal prosecutor for response to Minneapolis shooting. Because that guy posted that officers are likely justified. That's a Biden moment. Yeah, sure. Fine. You got me. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that we all knew was going to happen. I said it. A million people said it. Is like, we don't realize. I mean, you know what the odd thing is too? Like, what is the actual concrete deportation rate recently? Like, it seems like ICE has been kind of almost tangential to that. Like, this is just about like harassing people. You know, the classic rhetorical move I've seen is like Obama was still deporting people at a higher rate. Um, but that this was going to be the logical conclusion of mass deportations is like a shit ton of violence. And that like the libertarian side of the American fascism, that's like, no, throw, only take. Like, I want things to be done that can only be done with this like overreaching fascist authoritarian government. But like, you can't do it about like open carry white guys. Like, white guys are open carry. Like, that's me. Um, um, I mean, I think this at this point, like, ICE is just about like exerting the power of the state over citizens, like, because this is not good for the. I mean, I know this is like the lib response, but like they're not. It's not good for the midterms. This is not the fact that the fact that Trump is distancing himself from Renee Good killing. Um. But yeah, no. This time it is like a white man, so the misogyny component of the Renee Good stuff. They're not gonna say like, oh, I bet he was on antidepressants or whatever. I know that like the more, especially right wing, are saying that he's Jewish, which I don't actually think is true. I didn't see any. Um, I find it hard to believe they think this is bad for the midterms. Their internal polling has got to be shit because the external polling is really bad. The external polling right now, it's like D+8 or something. It's like an insane swing because it was D+5 or R+5 like a year ago. Yeah, he's the most Italian man of all time. Yeah, his last name is Preti. Um, yeah. But the libertarian component of the American fascism, which again, it's like no take, only throw. Um, I wanted you to use massive violent force, like unconstitutional, violence against immigrants and not against me, which is not how that works. The second it's the state of exception, the second you give the state the ability to detain someone by just being like, I think you're probably an illegal, they're going to use it against anyone that they want to. That's how that works. That is how that works. Arknight's Enfield. Is this a 40k game? Oh, is this a gotcha? A gotcha? When is what's it called? When is the 40k? Isn't there a 40k game, a Total War 40k game gonna come out? Yeah, libertarianism is fake. That is just like, it's like the liberal wing of American fascism. Libertarianism has a contradiction in a kind of similar way to like Strasserism of like the 30s, where it's like this necessarily contradictory ideology. You can see why both of those tendencies would appeal to average American today compared to average German in the 30s. When isn't it Total War 40k game? I guess that's true. I impeach Biden's well, she's done though, right? Legally having a firearm is not the same as brandishing a firearm. I support. There's nothing wrong with legally, peacefully protesting violence. We lost our minds when we watched Biden and FBI track invasions. Imagine if one of our mega independent journalists or even just a mega supporter stood in the street and was arrested. Then Biden's FBI goes to the mega guy videoing it and all shoves a woman and shoves a woman with him to the ground and sprays him with pepper spray. Then Biden's FBI beats mega guy on the ground, disarms mega, and then shoots him dead. I do also love the concept of Biden's FBI. I mean, I guess the institution is kind of different under Trump. This is like Ashley Sinclair to your post. Is that what she's still posting now? I feel like I haven't heard about her since I streamed last. Both sides need to take off the political blinders here. Yeah. She made it like a both sides thing. I mean, she's like done. Former congresswoman. Just posting for the love of the game now. 11th edition drops this year. Oh, cool. Do we know? I guess I actually don't care about balance. I don't really give a shit. I'm kind of just collecting them because I think they're cool. The sisters, it is like, it's an annoying she's just like me thing, but it's also like I really do like their like vehicles. I think they're really cool, especially like the. I mean, this sounds bad out of context, but the black and red color scheme looks really good. Don't out of con. There's no, but it does look very good on the tanks. Tell me that's not true. Yeah, no, it's an anarchist thing. It's anarchist. This is the Exorcist. This is an anarchist. As we can clearly see, this is an anarchist skull. Anyway, it's like Nestor Makhno, like they had the skull. Anarchist fleur-de-lis. Look, that's just Québécois. And listen, if it's illegal to be Québécois, then fucking as the French say, reste-moi. That's not how they say it. Anyway. Lighter than summer execution, something happening with reform. Our plan to deport all illegal migrants in the UK. Oh man. No lawful rights remain. 5-year emergency program. Detain and deport. It's very different in Britain. Like the concrete reality of what mass deportation looks like, and also just like the populace is like they're fucking fascist over there, man. Legal deter any future buildup by demonstrating that unlawful presence. It's international anyway. They don't care. Uncompromised legal reset. I feel like if you're far right, you shouldn't use the term reset at all. You know what I mean? We're doing a really, really big reset. It's one of the largest resets that have ever happened. National scale enforcement through a new UK deportation command. On a net basis, the program will save the taxpayer tens of billions over the next decade. 10 billion over 5 years. Surely, yeah, no, that's... What is the expense that it's gonna... The current status quo burns through 7 billion per year. The net savings during the first 5 years of reform government will thus be over 7 billion. Reform government will show unflinching results. So what are you gonna do? Repeal the Human Rights Act. That's a good sign. That's like a good sign that they're gonna do some really cool things. Create a legal duty to remove the illegal immigrants. Removal from the United Kingdom of each person who does not have an extant leave to remain, is not an Irish citizen or otherwise protected by regulations made under this act. Disapply the 1951 Refugee Convention, the UN Convention against torture. Yeah. No, we don't need that. We don't need the UN Convention against torture. That's not... I mean, what is torture anyways? Sometimes my wife, she doesn't fucking shut up, and it's like, is that illegal at an international? It's kind of, that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad to deal with that. The Council of Europe Anti-Trafficking Convention. Under the Vienna Convention doctrine of sativeness, Britain faced a national emergency. Will be used by activist judge. The concept of an activist judge is awesome. Create detention power without hardile sig constraints. I don't know what that means. Illegal migrants can be detained until they are deported. So it's just like they're doing ICE. They're just like, yeah. No, we looked over to the United States, and we saw this concept of just like being able to detain someone because you've declared that they're an illegal migrant or that they give off those vibes. If you came illegally, you're ineligible for asylum. See, that's just, I mean, I guess that's why you have to leave. You have to do like the Mussolini style grandiose walking out of the League of Nations after invading Ethiopia. Re-entering after deportation and destroying ID becomes a serious criminal offense. Lifetime re-entry ban. All right, operational plan. Let's look at what their plan is that necessitates them leaving the UN Convention Against Torture. Are they starting to slump? Reform hit kind of its peak. That makes sense. I mean, they have like 4 years left till an election, don't they? Is it 3 now? 3.5. Enforcement unit called UK Deportation Command. We're a unit called Incredibly Complete Eradication, or ICE, including an illegal migrant identification center, harnessing cutting edge data fusion. Oh, I don't like that. Our foreign government will create a cutting edge enforcement data center. They're using fucking AI. They're not using AI. Please tell me they're not using AI. Using powers granted by the new legislation, it will automatically share data between the home officers, the banks, and the police. It will power bulk warrants. That's not a good term. I don't like that term. Including mandatory biometric capture during any police encounter. So yeah, this should ICE is doing. Each power addresses a failure mode observed over the past decade. Banks and GP surgeries unaware of a customer's status. I mean, we wouldn't want that, would we? An illegal immigrant getting life-saving surgery on their collapsed lungs. That sounds... Palantir lands biggest ever UK defense deal. Oh, yeah. Sure. Secure... the American right, it's so funny how much they complain about Palantir. Like the American right cuck share. It's not even a cuck share because it's like, let's not fucking pretend this isn't exactly what you want. The problem with the Great Reset for you is that it wasn't big enough. There wasn't enough of a reset. You were owning too much. That's the problem. There's too much of an ownership. There's not enough. We're not eating enough bugs, and the pods we're living in are not pod shaped enough. That is the American right's critique of secure immigrant removal centers will be built rapidly to detain. Oh, so it's like a center. It's like let's call it a camp, maybe, for getting rid of undesirables. That's like never been tried before. Maybe this will just fix all the problems. Like, they haven't actually, if you look through history, no one has ever tried that before. And like, maybe that'll just fix all the problems. It could just fix all the problems. I don't know. Like, the Home Office will build secure immigration removal centers. This will be modular accommodation. I can't imagine the living conditions in those things. Basic but not punitive. Prefabricated 2-person rooms, canteen catering, on-site medical suites, robust perimeters. Oh, yeah. No, maybe we'll get some, like you wouldn't want someone climbing over a fence. So, like, surely we need barbed wire, obviously, to make sure that they... And, like, you want to make sure that someone isn't trying to, like, dig under it. So we're going to want watchtowers. We're going to want watchtowers, obviously. Initial voluntary return window, deportation flights. So the plan is to put them in camps and then put them on planes, to presumably. 24,000 legal migrants to be deported per month. Fraudulent ensure the Foreign Office makes its highest priority the securing of return agreements with all relevant countries to take back their illegal migrants. Um, yeah, they're really. I've been skimming this, so I'm sure I missed many of the horrific things. Yeah, they're really in talks with Madagascar specifically. That's a big important one. New arrivals in both crossings will stop almost immediately. I mean, because the real question here is like, well, what do you do with the people who are coming over on the boats? I think maybe they just don't want to type it. You know, like you don't want to say directly new arrivals, like physically what the people who are coming over on the boats. Reform's plan delivers. I love the conclusion, like it's a fucking undergrad essay. You have the Royal Air Force. This is so Trump coded. Reform's plan delivers a transformative legislation reset that ensures those here illegally will be deported at unprecedented speed and scale. United Kingdom, which by the way, like, how much of the national, like, what is the UK national budget? You're gonna save like $7 billion a year. Like the concept of like, yes, we're gonna save $42 billion of the national budget in a decade. It's like, well, I guess we'll get rid of fucking income tax then, right? Like we don't even need it. It's like that's what Trump didn't realize is none of this like Smoot Hawley, tariffs to replace income tax stuff. Just like get rid of the money that you spend on hotels for illegal immigrants. Then you don't even fucking like. Yeah, it's like less money than they send to Israel. Like, United Kingdom will once again be a sovereign nation with total control over its borders. The plan as written is Air Force base on a Channel island to be used to get them out immediately. So it's related to the air. They're going to use like aerial reconnaissance over the Channel. Oh man. Yeah, no, it's. I mean, what is the polls looking like? What are the UK polls looking like? It's a really cursed island. Look, there's a reason why. I brought this up before. It's a fascinating swing. Do you remember like when I was in my teens? Like I went to England when I was like 16. Like I loved Sherlock. Of course I did. I mean, look at like, of course I liked Sherlock as a but like there was like people in North America who were like, oh, I love Britain. I love British culture. I love Doctor Who. Yeah, like British weebs. And they just don't have that anymore. It's just gone completely. There's no keep calm and carry on. There's no keep calm and carry on at all. It's like, let me see. Yeah, they're starting to wane. Interestingly, conservatives coming up. That's interesting. I do wonder if they end up just merging. Because that is obviously what the like Reform UK is a copy of a Canadian party called the Reform Party that ended up merging with the Conservatives. For people who know more about British politics than me, is there an odd? Are there any odds that like, or do they hate each other too much? Is that like you would think like literally explicitly copying a Canadian party whose purpose was to merge? You think Tories could just die? Yeah, and see the Greens are above Lib Dem, which is interesting. They hate each other too much, right? That makes sense. It's just like conservatives deflecting to reform. Okay. Right, which is a more horrifying answer than merging and keeping some of the old kind of conservative constituency. I guess presumably there's some crossover because they're like, there's people. Yeah, the concept of Green polling more than Labour. I mean, Starmer just has to go, right? I wonder if Labour makes a bit of a comeback if they get rid of Starmer and have someone and have like a Labour guy who isn't like just explicitly doing conservatism. Reform or some living policy. I mean, isn't the reform opinion on trans women in women's prisons is like, listen, like, listen, we don't like, but like sometimes, the labor opinion on trans women in prison, women's prisons is basically those like liberal guys who like post a picture of Hunter Schafer and they're like, you're gay if you wouldn't. Like that's like labor, comma, you're gay if you wouldn't. Like that is their opinion. Like, which is like more left wing, which is a relative term, obviously. More left than the labor position. Farage disavowed the supportive reform take on trans women. It's over. I thought he was the one who said that. Is he like, he changed his mind? I remember him saying like, it was like, yeah, I was talking to someone who works in, and they're like, well, clearly the surged up ones, you can't like, obviously you can't put those in the male general. Yeah, the labor, I'm straight, so whoever makes my dick hard is a woman. Yeah. Farage is a very strange. I mean, he's just a populist in the like really true sense of the word of like, I will say whatever. I will say whatever. Like we're against the establishment, and I'm just gonna fucking say whatever. Because he's like it's a really weird position to have. It's kind of the Polyev position for a while in Canada, where you're like, holy fuck, we are up in the polls. Holy fuck, they hate the center left party. I mean, Labor isn't even center left anymore. Okay, shit. The election is 3 years away. How do we hold this? And then it's like, the reporters are like, Nigel Farage, there's this thing that, the current party supports, that makes things bad happening. And, what is your opinion? And he's like, I wouldn't support the bad thing that's happening. I would support a good thing instead, is my position on that policy. And you just do that. You're like, I support all of the good things that are different than what's happening right now. Our party represents change, different than current right now happening. It can only get happen. The Europopulists are all like this, right? It is the argument, like, one thing you think about with like communism and like far left political ideology is like, well, damn, their reputation is kind of cooked for a lot of reasons. One of which is obviously shit and propaganda, but also like a lot of the fuck ups in the 20th century. Like the Communist Party of France got really fucked up by the Soviet invasion of Hungary. That was like a very unpopular decision. As a good example, the Italian Communist Party, I mean, they were even doing like, it was just like corruption. They had so much goodwill at the end of World War II and they completely squandered it in the 20th century. But like, it's kind of the same with fascists. Like, maybe on like a kind of delay. But like, it isn't like in the 20th century at the start where you're like, this is a new thing. Like the British and American bourgeois loved Hitler and Mussolini. They're like, cool, a strong man. Look, Mussolini's doing corporatism and like it actually gives corporations a say in, the play the Mussolini video again. Exactly. But like they've tried it. And you have to wonder whether like fascists of today, and I don't mean like the blood and soil guys. I mean the people who like economic populist guys who like, Europopulist guys, for instance, who like would love to do fascism. They would love to just have complete control over everything. And they're like motivated by the similarly completely self-interested, like almost in a certain respect, apolitical motivation. They're motivated those motivations. That like the fascists were originally. That like they kind of just, all of them just decide like, this is like the idea of post-fascism, where it's like, do we have to overthrow this? Can't we just it's kind of too much work. Like, I don't know. We're getting a lot of stuff we want in the liberal democratic system. Anyways. And I think that like, your mileage may vary on that one. Like, I don't think that neoliberalism actually insulates society from like proper 20th century fascism. Certainly, it's not going to insulate America. Like, American liberal institutions are just cocked completely. If America doesn't become fascist, it's because there is enough of like a, I guess, popular resistance, maybe military even resistance to a takeover. Meloni's a good example of a post-fascist, I think. It won't be because of, liberal institutions making it a pain, but maybe especially more functional, quote unquote, liberal democracies just ends up just being like, well, it's the right-wing version of the Lula Compromise. Because Lula has like very, or relatively speaking, especially compared to his position now, like radical, labor origins past, and like the Lula left-wing kind of relation with neoliberalism is just like, fuck it, we'll work within this. Like, this is too much. Like, we'll get what we can out of this. Many such cases. So maybe you also see kind of a resignation there. Oh, on the right as well. I don't know. It's hard to say. I guess we'll find out. Would you say the US today is not already fascist? Well, it just depends on what you mean. Because that word is just such a broad term. Like, there's a fascist movement. Another LaSalle victory. Many such cases. You're gonna be winning so much. LaSalle's you're gonna be winning so LaSallians are gonna be winning so much, you're gonna get tired of winning. There's probably a distinguished reactionary from fascist. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I think of fascist movements as like, that's an important concept. Pikachu, thank you. His identification with a leader, modern capitalists, production of the modern capitalist subject who is both very resistant to the concept of manipulation but very vulnerable to it, and specifically in a way of identifying with a leader that is similarly narcissistic to you, and believing that leader will pursue your interests contra the current economic, social, or social/political system. This, like, this mass political movement, like, that is a concrete thing. I think the fascist movements that can be distinguished from just like reaction in general. It's like very new. It's like the Donors concept of the pseudo-conservative. You get a lot of these guys who are like, I'm an American conservative, which is why I want to emulate the governments of Adolf Hitler in 1930. And it's like, that's not, you're not conserving anything in America. You're doing something new. That's not conserving any American political, like, it's an entirely new thing for America. You're not a conservative. You are mad about conservative institutions, even that they aren't authoritarian enough for your desires. What your desire is to be manipulated, right? You think you're going to do the manipulating. You are supporting a system that is going to manipulate you, or dominate you. Oh, did Parenti die? Oh, damn. Well, RIP. He's fine. I was critical of him, but that sucks. That's not good. He's better. I mean, look. He got to see Chomsky. He got to see what happened with Chomsky. At least he got that. You know what I mean? Maybe this is an insensitive thing to say. He had Alzheimer's. Oh, damn. Well, that sucks. It's a horrible disease. Well, do you think someone told him? I maybe he wasn't lucid at that point. That's unfortunate. Well, RIP. His legacy is much, the. I didn't know that. You're just telling me now he died. You're just telling me now for the first time. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, R.I.P. Anyway, that's insensitive. I'm sorry. He lived an amazing life. His enemies, say what you will about Parenti, he was on the flight logs. He was on the flight logs. And Chomsky was. Whether you agree or not, I think Parenti would really give a shit about Chomsky having a photograph on a plane for sure. That would have vindicated his entire analysis. Thank you for the very unbiased take. The Chomsky hash. also, this is okay. I'm not to single you out but not the pin. No, don't do them like that. Don't do them like that. This is like the conservative thing where they're like they talk about a criminal conspiracy and they're like, so it's illegal to have friends now? Like, oh, so you get photographed on a plane? It's like, I've been photographed on a plane before, so what? It's like, no. I think being photographed by what was it, like hugging Steve Bannon? But when Chomsky was when Epstein was like so washed that like this is like what was it, like 6 months before he was like arrested, it was like hugging and kissing Steve Bannon, who, by the way, like, it's so funny that Steve Bannon was also like on the Epstein thing. Like, the emails revealed that like they were trying to do a comeback and that like Bannon was one of the people trying to do it, and he was doing the thing of like, yeah, come around the back door so like people don't see you enter, associate with me, because like Bannon didn't want to associate directly with Epstein it's like a pretty bad time. Like, it's very different, which is still bad, but very different than like 2000 hanging out with 2003 Epstein just on this plane. Don't know what the nickname is. Yeah, no, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad for Chomsky. I mean, it's interesting, the Chomsky defense of that, because I don't think is he still responding to emails? He has said stuff like, yeah, I've had dinners with war criminals and I don't regret it. Like, I don't. Chomsky is the ultimate, like, it's not who you associate with. Are people photoshopped a photo of Hassan Piker on the. Yeah, Chomsky's like done, right? Like, he's very old. He stepped out of this joke. That makes sense. I will never forgive. I mean, I guess now it's like, okay, it's like it's funny now, I guess. The last public appearance Chomsky did was on the Bad Faith podcast with Virgil Texas, where like, it's annoying because he makes the argument that you should vote for Biden because of like climate change and fascism. And like, it's a point that I disagree with. But the thing that was so annoying was that like he made a coherent point about it, and it wasn't, who's the lady that like is she now says the podcast, Bree Joy Gray. Like, she was not responding to the Biden point properly. Like, she did not understand, like, she wasn't, this is a very common thing that happens. I've said this before, but like, a lot of people don't actually know what an argument is, how to detect someone else's argument and actually attack it directly. People will like kind of ape arguments. Like, it sounds like this is a thing I would say that, and it's like, this actually, the thing you said could be true while the thing that I said is true. So it's not actually, you're not really actually, and it was kind of one of those. So it was like very frustrating because it's like, well, Brie, I agree with you for like a couple reasons. But you're not actually responding. And he seemed to be very frustrated, and then he just kind of retreated from public life. Maybe he deserves it. I guess he deserves it. I guess, you know. Do you think there's a potential for a general strike this year? No, probably not. I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about labor, the state of American labor, but I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, we'll see how bad things get. But that also is like not just a question of people's opposition to the government, but like, where's this? What is the state of militant labor? The Greenland outage? No. What is that? Hit by power outage. Oh, they restored power heating after storm damaged line. Oh, okay. So there was a worry that they were gonna. There was a worry. There was a headline about, you know, power outage in the capital, that it's like, oh, have they invaded? Isn't unusual. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I mean, the logistics in like fucking Vancouver, in a lot of parts of Vancouver, like the logistics for like power. Trump says U.S. used new secret discombobulator weapon to capture Maduro. Is this like a ship? We got the Pravda, Ukrainska Pravda, which that's a real throwback for that magazine. Still going. Godspeed, I guess. There's a new secret weapon called the discombobulator. The discombobulator. I'm not allowed to talk about that. I would love to say more. They had Russian and Chinese rockets. They never got one off. We came in. They pressed buttons and nothing worked. They were all set for us. So he's just like. It's an interview with the New York. Trump is so fucking stupid. Trump is revealing like military secrets to the New York Post. He's like, "Yep, this is presumably something." The discombobulator. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Trump said during an exclusive interview in the Oval Office. He said it at Davos as well. I would love to. They never got the rockets off, so I mean, presumably some technology that like. Well, folks, it discombobulates. The discombobulator makes it sound like it's like a heart attack gun. You know, it's like set phasers to stun or whatever. Jimmy, thank you. It seems like it. See, they shouldn't have told Trump that it had a silly name, because now he wants to say discombobulator. But presumably it just like cuts some sort of, you know, electronic connection. Cyber weapon that helps shut down electrical grids, maybe. Yeah. Because I mean, he's pretty explicit about what it does. Maybe he's lying. I don't know. I mean, it sounds like something they'd probably be able to do. The Growler on F-jets? What was that? I mean, electronic warfare aircrafts jam and destroy enemy radio communication systems. So it's just the Spaceballs thing where they throw like a thing of jam on a radio tower. Right, I see. It destroys communication systems. That's probably, yeah, that makes sense. The Monroe Guard said they were attacked by something that caused nosebleeds. Is that true? Could you send? They got hit with the fucking. We found a one COD player's the EMP kill streak. That's true. Yeah, that was a shit fucking kill streak. It was like 10 kills or something. It was ridiculous. Was it 15? Yeah, it was not a very good kill streak. Sounds more like an LRAD. I like just Googled that. I'm like, yeah, that sounds pretty right. Yeah, if I were to say, I would also agree that it's a long-range acoustic device, also known as an LRAD or sound cannon, which is a specialized high-intensity loudspeaker designed to, you know, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. That's just off the top. It was in the Pravda article. when Maduro's supporters were described as dropping to their knees, bleeding through the nose and vomiting blood.
I am gay.
Dirkwing, thank you. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. In Modern Warfare 2, it wasn't a support kill streak. It was a support kill streak, so you could die while getting it. Which is better. In Modern Warfare 2, it wasn't, though. Suddenly, all our radar systems shut down without any explanation. Next thing we saw were drones. A lot of drones flying over our positions. Directed at Maduro's guards. They launched something, I don't know how to describe it. It was like a very intense sound wave. Oh, so it probably is like an LRAD. Yeah, no, that's my expert advice. My expert opinion on warfare. Sounds like the classic LRAD then drone strike combination. Am I the one who thought Freddy died years ago? It makes you think. Maybe you shifted into a new dimension. In your dimension, they did die. He did die a while ago. Then you've shifted into ours where he died recently. This sounds like the most normal explanation. Isn't that so funny how many people believe in the Mandela effect thing? Like that is the...
I am gay.
Awesome Prism, thank you. Alright, we can put... Nosebleed weapons sound so scary. Imagine if they create a weapon that explodes. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like it's really an escalation of force here. That like it makes We're just on a hype train. We're hanging out. We're talking about Parenti dying. R.I.P. Maggie, thank you. Give me the second strength to LIS grad school. You just gotta lock in. I don't know how long your program is. I hope it's a year. But then you're basically done. Then you're basically done. That's, yeah, no, I didn't. Grad school was tough. It was rough. Haas has usurped Mopin? Absolutely. The ACP guys, you know what? Credit where credit is due. They really have, like, really usurped, become hegemonic as the, like, left slop. Kind of. Like, I mean, it is just like, LaRouche. It's like, who can become, like, the current American LaRoucheite? There have been LaRouches before LaRouche and afterwards, but currently, I mean, which shows you how the pathetic position of LaRoucheism, more just leftism in general, because it's like a component of leftism, that it's like the American Communist Party guys. Are they left enough to be left slop? American Communist Party guys represent the average opinion of like an old school 20th century, and I mean by that like 20th century like solidified Marxism, Leninism. The people who say Marxism, Leninism instead of Marxist Leninism, purely solution. Thank you. Political opinion. Which is like, those guys are the homophobic. You see that in like the Canadian Communist Party. The one that's just like filled with fucking boomers and exists because of like the patronage of some 80-year-old guy who's a communist like after 68. In France it's called larouchisme. Makes you think. You know, like, what's the example, like, in Greece, the KKE supporting, like, Golden Dawn? Chelsea Victory, thank you. But yeah, I mean, that was, like, the kind of general overall product of that is the legacy of sort of Marxist Lenin. The people who say Marxism, Leninism, and there's also, by the way, there's a whole different world of MLs that you don't know of, where like there are MLs who call themselves, they're Marxism, Leninism instead of Marxist Leninist, and they believe that you're not actually a Marxist Leninist if you're not in an ML party. Like, you are exposed to a type of more than likely, maybe you're not, God bless you if you're not, the kind of annoying, like, I was thinking about this recently, there is like a weirdly common archetype of like Marxist Leninist like hot girl Twitter account, and it's like all overwhelmingly like cis women. There's like 4 examples I can come off at the top of my head, and they have like the chauvinist position. Like, that's a whole different world of MLs than like the ones who are like in old boomer. Is that common or just my curated feed? No, it's my curated replies that I say, replies that I look at when I say that I don't like Stalin. I wouldn't consider Calla Walsh one of these ladies, but I kind of see it's culturally the same. I feel like it's a very specific posting style I'm thinking of. Like, Calla Walsh is like a part of a party, you know? She's much more like the Marxist-Leninist that I'm talking about. This is such a... I feel after all he's done for you. Anyway, thank you for the raid, or thank you for the raid, as well as thank you for the hype train, everyone. Yeah, I was thinking about this because there are two dimensions of it. Like, I think I made this point a while ago, but I feel like I should emphasize it. Like, there is like a new, like, I think it is like, it's insane when people look at the present day conditions in a developed and are like, we should do Stalinism here. I mean, that shows like a form of political pessimism, and also probably like you want to advertise you're doing evil shit. I guess so. Like, it's like, yeah, we just want to do the evil. The evil shit was like cool, and we want to do more of it. Which is partially confusing because of like how radically different the context is. Like 20th century communism, for the most part, came about in like, I guess to use a crude term, like underdeveloped countries that were moving from capitalism or moving from feudalism to capitalism, and like a trained centralized cadre political party took advantage of that destability in certain countries and seized political power, and developed these produced these like developmental states where it's like, well, we don't have the relations of production right now, but we've actually accessed power here, unlike in industrialized, like let's say Europe, the start of the 20th century. And so the next best thing you can do, this is like the Leninist compromise, I guess, is like, we can have this like centralized political bureaucracy embedded into the state with highly trained, special, intellectuals, who can oversee development. And then once development has reached a certain amount, the state will be ran by these people. And so, as a keynote speaker after Orban on the CFAC 2020, absolutely. And we can do, socialism and communism. The problem was obviously that didn't really work. But the confusing thing to me about like copying much of that now is that like, well, surely in America in 2026, that isn't required. Presumably, I mean, you would think China in 2026, like if German, this is another thing that annoys me about a lot of the developmental like Chinese communists or like Dengists is like, presumably if Germany in 1919 was like economically developed enough to do communism, then like China now is ready to go. I don't think that we need 50 years. I think the problem is that these developmental states eventually completely slid away from the question of like concretely what is required of this sort of state structure to abolish the system of private property. Like that's just the concrete question became useless, and it became just an engine for capitalist development. Which is why like one of the things that does create like a nuance of like, it's not as if Lenin or Stalin or Ho Chi Minh could have pressed the communism button, because those were not the it's a difficult position to be in. It's not as if like, oh, if only we got fucking Trotskyian or Bukharin, they would have pressed the communism button eventually. It's like, it's a seemingly quite insurmountable problem. I mean, you can see like Mao is attempting to undermine this through like the Cultural Revolution, which has obviously quite a few failures, certain successes, at a smaller scale that like, whoa, that would have been nice if it could have developed further. But obviously that didn't work, and the state bureaucracy as a mechanism of pursuing the interests of the developing bourgeois national class became entrenched. So yeah, I mean, there is I think I remember saying this a while ago, that like there is like, it's not as if they could have pressed the communism button, but it's also silly to like look at someone in that state look at a state in that position now and be like, well, clearly this is the guy that we need to copy. Especially because it's like, I don't know, I've talked to like what I can only describe as like radicalizable Zoomers. The people who are like politically pretty left wing and are looking for a concrete explanation for that and are happy to have one that is distinct from liberalism. And the idea of going up to them and being like, you have to understand that we want to do what Stalin did. It's like, it's just why the American Communist Party guys are so funny, is they think that like, is the making a point out of how much they like Stalin is like a good organizing strategy. It's like, no, I don't think. I think there are a lot of concrete reasons. There are a lot of reasons that can concretely actually relate back to the failures of 20th century, Marxist projects that have that were related to the reputation of those projects in the current present state. There's a horribly constructed sense. Those aren't all the reasons why people think of communism the way that they do. Obviously, there's propaganda. There's a whole Cold War you're dealing with. But that was a good example, I guess, because it's like, I mean, obviously that's good. Like, Ho Chi Minh. Look at the average. If this map exists, or if this graph exists concretely, if you can develop this, look at the average caloric intake of a Vietnamese person in Vietnam at the start of the 20th century, and then in, let's say 1970. Look at the fucking graph there, and then tell me that wasn't an important essential political project for the liberation of Vietnamese people, the freeing of from colonialism, from feudal, tutelage. Of course, like it's silly. It is silly to say. Bernie makes a point like this. Well, I feel like I have a comma at the end of it where it's like, it's silly to say, well, he should have just pressed the communism button. Like, surely not. But like, that doesn't mean that we should enact a political program that was organized for that complicated, difficult, that political context where like seemingly all of the problems that you're trying to solve are like, given what you have, and especially with the knowledge of it, like almost impossible to solve all of them. You solve a couple of them. I mean, this is like, what is that, the book? I can't believe I'm blanking on that author. Like Stalin the Black Legend. History and Critique, Lacerda's book on Stalin. Lacerda is a really funny guy because he's critiquing, or he's defending Stalin, but like on liberal grounds. Like, to very briefly summarize the book, he's saying that like on the grounds of liberal democracy, Stalin created, or the liberal political project, not liberal democracy, of the liberal political project, Stalin created a society that was worth defending, that it was good, that was much better than the society that he had gotten. It had started out, Russian feudalism at the start of the 20th century. And like, that's true. It's just like, that defense kind of makes you liberal, doesn't it? Like, to be like, well, in that case, I guess we should just, like keep the, Yeah, there was some guy that was calling me a liberal for liking Adorno, and like he was like a Lasordo. I can't remember. I can't keep track of these people's fucking names. And he was like a Lasordo guy, and it's like, what, the pot meat kettle? Like, what do you mean? Your whole thing is that the liberal political project is good, and that we should maintain it, and that Stalin is good for having lived up to it. Um, anyway, you think you just fell out of a coconut tree? That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying all this whole time. None of you have listened, but it's true. Um, but yeah, so when the people who make a big point of defending those developmental states whose entire purpose was like to develop into capitalism, oftentimes I feel like a lot of those sort of MLs just kind of wish that they didn't have to be like a communist revolutionary, implying that they are revolutionary, obviously, which very few people in America could reasonably describe themselves as such. But instead just wanted to be like a Bolivar figure, like a bourgeois revolutionary that is destroying feudalism. Because that ends up, when you look at the people they idolize and what they love, like that ends up being like that ends up being the people that they're like, it's really cool that they turn this feudal backwater into a developed capitalist state. Which, like, sure, that's I mean, it's good. Bolivar opposed slave owning conservatives in the, we're happy that that was developed, but like, you understand what that makes you now, right? It at a certain respect, it makes you the political equivalent of. Did you guys see that? Like, I remember seeing this a while ago because it was posted on Twitter when I was still looking at Twitter. The r/neoliberal post where it was like, in liberals embrace your heritage, and it's like 1848, revolutionary liberalism, like the guillotine. It's like, no, you're done. Like, you gave the example of the last revolutionary movement that involved like the national bourgeois class in some way, because like the proletariat, all the underclass in Europe after that realized that there's no point organizing with these people, that there's the bourgeois have a specific class consciousness that discards their interests, that are antithetical to their interests. There's a reason why that's the last one that happened. It's been a very long time since then. Anyway, what else has been happening on the internet since I've been gone? I was on QAA. That was fun. Is it pronounced bourgeois or bourgeoisie? It's certainly not bourgeoisie. Live Vagar Crazy Parking, just to my injection. Can I get a good girl? No. But good job. I'm proud of you. No. No, you can't. That's life. You have to, at some point you're gonna have to have a internal reward mechanism. Like, is it 5? You're gonna have to develop a reward mechanism that is internal enough that external praise is not required to do important things. That is how life goes sometimes. It's very wise. Yeah. Thank you. I feel like trans women need like a northern lion. I guess you know what, actually, that's such a silly thing to say. Obviously, the northern lion, the trans woman for northern lion is just northern lion. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? What am I even fucking saying? You literally live in Vancouver. Talk to me in 10 when I have my shit together the way that Northern Lion has his shit together. I can do it. I'll step up. I'm not the step. No, I shouldn't actually. I was gonna make the like, stepmom, mom who stepped up, but I'm not your mom in any way at all whatsoever. Whether that's like you consciously thinking it's sexual, or whether that's just you subconsciously thinking it's sexual, it's not true. Um, I was gonna say I'm 27, but that's kind of old actually. So, like, mom, there are moms who are 27, so maybe, um, an aunt, that's like less sexual, but still, I'm only 27. Um, what? Don't worry about it. I don't know what to do with that. Um, like a cool TA. That's good. That doesn't know. You know what though? Because I used to talk about like, you ever get like a hot TA and you're like, he's so hot. So I don't like that. I don't want you to don't talk about me the way that you talk about your TA. Do you know what I mean? Is that weird to say for people who have been through undergraduate? I mean, I guess that is just like how I was gonna say. Is that like a weird thing? And then it's like you look in at your average like department, and like three, like maybe 40% of the men who are in grad school are just like dating undergrads that they met when they were TAing them. Like that's so common, and I feel like it should be more openly discouraged. Like the other 60% are gay. That's true. Um, yeah. Don't talk to me like, yeah, exactly. It's giving librarian, yeah. It's not as, I mean, yeah, when the old professors do it, that's like you have to go to fucking jail. Like, we need to throw you under the jail, bro. Throw you under the prison, for that one. Yeah, that's no good at all. That is the more terrifying one. That happened with that lady. Every People know who I'm talking about. It's like it's like a philosophy lady who had this weird, like, quote unquote romance with someone that she was like supervising for his like PhD, and she had to like go on like leave. Avita Ranel, yeah, I'm pronouncing her name wrong, I think. It was so crazy. She was like put on leave for like a year, and then she came back and she was teaching a course about she went a sabbatical. Yeah, it was like so. And then she came back and she was teaching a course that was like on the carceral logic of, you know, on the carceral logic of university enforcement or whatever. It's like clearly she was just like mad. She was clearly mad about, like, it was about how it was unfair that she got punished for fucking her advisee. Yeah, it's a little on the nose, don't you think? That's the problem with. It's why I do find it annoying when people, like, all of the responses people have about prison abolition. Well, I mean, I guess it's like, doesn't make it wrong. Are like all of the people who think prison shouldn't exist are well aware of all of the problems that the prison immediately presents itself as a solution to. It's like saying that, like, one, they're not actually that good at solving these problems. And two, like, so many people die and have their lives, and terrible things happen in society through the power that is gained by the prison, through the power that facilitates. But like, that is a frustrating one. I'm like, I've lowered myself to like abolition curious, because I'm just like, when people are so confident that they have like really concrete ways of like it isn't just a thing of like, hey, listen, this system is fucking evil, and I refuse to believe that this is like the best of what we can do in terms of an institution that deals with harm reduction. Like, when you have people who are like, no, like, we're going to do restorative justice, and this is a concrete example of it. You always look at the concrete example and it's like, no, that can't be it either. That's not. No. I think that if someone abuses you and your friend is like, or someone you might know is like gonna date them, you're allowed to be like, you shouldn't date them, they abused me. I think that's probably good. It's like, I think telling people about it, like, yeah, I don't like, I don't like the thing of like, let's just do Norway prisons. Because it's like, okay, let's just, it is the political equivalent of just like, let's all have a European nation state that has a shit ton of oil wealth and develops that into, socialized social institutions. This is a bad way, a term for it, but I'm blanking on a better one. Let's just all do that. Like, surely we can all do that forever. And then yeah, like, our prisons will be pretty chill. Yeah, it's just like a large welfare state. Like, yeah, why don't we all just, it is the equivalent of that, where it's like, no, you still need the guy who is working for $1 a day in the cobalt mine across the world. Like, you still need that. You're not gonna, it doesn't, you can do the like really, you can do the thing where you have the like really, really slimy definition of poverty, where it's like not absolute, complete, total destitution, and it's like, look, the amount of people who are living in absolute, complete, total destitution is decreasing over time. Surely eventually we'll all just be fucking Norway. And it's like, no one actually fucking believes that. I don't think that, like, I'm sorry, all of the smart liberals I talk to are like, listen, I mean, obviously not, but like, well, we're gonna do fucking communism again? Like, no. Like, that's the and it's similar, where it's like, why don't we just have an incredibly, well, that's not the similarly, if you look at the American system and you look at like the abolition, this is a example by like the Angela Davis analysis. You look at the abolition of slavery as an institution, like, white people, I'm going to say just broadly white people, but like, white institutions of power, people who very directly benefited off of the brutal system of unpaid labor, freaked the fuck out about it, obviously, because it represented an end of their way of life, a way of life that is very bad. And the response to that almost immediately was to rely on the prison system as a replacement for both in terms of a form of social control, but as also as a term, in a roundabout way, for some amount of free labor. I think social control is probably the point. I actually don't agree. Like, the conceptually, I am sympathetic to the response of like, no, I don't think that the modern prison and slavery, they're concretely different in like important ways, but you can see why one develops out of the other, and why there is that legacy. It's it rhymes. But like, the prison system in that instance is a good example, functioned as a way of saving an institution of power, an evil political hierarchy that was under threat. It acted as a safety net, because it's like, this is a thing that we can use to detain a bunch of people and force them to do whatever we want, to completely destroy their capacity for freedom. And that's like, as it turns out, having a big, trusted, important institution in your society where you can detain someone for it as long as you want and make them do whatever you want. You can do a lot of bad shit. That is, I think, the most important abolitionist point that I am unlimitedly, infinitely sympathetic. I agree with. Is I've not seen a sufficient argument against this, even with I can't see the. I can't imagine the actual. I can imagine it, but I'm not satisfied with it at all. Argument that like you can't have that in a good society. And so when people look at Norway and they're like, well, we just do that. It's like, you can't do that. That's not how that works. Just broadly, societally, the prison is going to, in a society like American society, the prison is going to look the way that it does. It's a holistic view. That's the abolitionist thing, is that you can't just get rid of prisons and then everything else stays the same. No, you have to dismantle all of these systems of power. Because the prison system is always going to function as this safeguard for these terrible institutions of power. It's always going to prevent, attempting to abolish white supremacy, for instance. It's the best example. The American context is the most immediately clear example. Because before the development of like black codes in the South, that like functionally criminalized like blackness after the Civil War, like the prison was like a white thing. Like that was a thing that like these like white men went to when they were like not following the rules. And that obviously that association changed completely because they were like, well, we need to rely on an institution where you can just arbitrarily detain people for a long fucking time, especially people who are like on the bottom rung of society. And you do whatever the fuck you want with them. And it's like, well, that's perfect. So yeah. I'm thinking of a more elaborate way of explaining that. It's like, of course, like the prison is like a load-bearing wall in American society in terms of holding up all of the evil, stratified, domineering institutions that allow American capitalism to run, to allow the core of capitalism, which is someone's domination, which is functionally translates to the idea of like ensuring that someone is only able to survive based upon purchasing something on the market, depriving them of any other capacity to survive. So either you make more money through capital, through the ownership of capital, or through labor. And if you are deprived, of course, of any capital at all, then you have to sell your labor. That form of domination, you can see it's a very direct, conscious thing. It's not subtle. When people talk about like, a very common argument about like, why don't you just like the homelessness crisis, nobody likes. Very clearly, people don't. It's like, why don't you just house those people at the very least? At the very least, help facilitate getting them back on their feet, or even just not even that. Just like give someone a comfortable place to live, or so that it's like what is that? Is that like Hemingway or something? Some American author has the quote of like, I'm against homelessness because I don't want to deal with it. Is there something about that? Like that is a common sentiment. But the response that a lot of people give is like, well, you can't just do, because then they're not going to work. Like there's no, it's if working, if you don't work and you don't become absolutely destitute, then like everything in society is going to collapse. Like everyone recognizes that form of domination. But the prison is a load-bearing wall on those institutions. trying to think of a concrete example with in terms of capitalist domination. 18th century mindset charity has to be delivered in workhouses. Yeah. But I am on QA. Yes. That is my podcast. It's good. Yeah, it's very I'm trying to think of a better concrete example for capitalist domination. Because obviously one can like the response and stuff, thank you. Instead of, the belief that you see this, like Vancouver is so interesting because like the way that people from Vancouver talk about Vancouver, you would think that like the homeless crisis here was worse than like fucking New York or LA. It's so fun. It's not funny because nothing about the situation is funny. Julian's okay. You don't have to worry about Julian. He's doing okay. What was I gonna say? But it's East Hastings Street, which has become like functionally a community because like if you're homeless, the police just fucking harass you. They think East Hastings is worse than Skid Row. Yeah, I mean literally. They think it's like, so instead of doing that, you come together in a group of people, so it's a lot harder to get like harassed and kicked around, because that is like the best explanation I saw for homelessness. Not that I'm like an expert on what it's like to be homeless, because I've never been homeless before, but is that it's kind of you just like waiting around in various places to be told that like you're not allowed to be there. And it's like, okay, well I'll just go somewhere else, and they're like, you can't be here, and it's like, okay. It's like much harder to do that if you group up together. But the standard explanation that like the Vancouver Liberal gives, my favorite joke about that in terms of Vancouver is like it's a very outdoorsy kind of granola city, and it's like everyone loves camping equipment, but apparently except when people deploy it in East Hastings, and then it's like we'll get the cops to get rid of this. It makes you think. But it is just like get this person out of my sight. It's not like, well, they should be housed, because it's like, well, then what is the point of anyone working? Because then you could just live a life that is worth living in some way without having to work. So the response is like, just get these people out of my sight. I don't even care. Which ironically, like oftentimes makes the homeless crisis like worse, and worse in a way that like negatively affects those people. It's not even like a self-containing rational like. Because yeah, if you fucking uproot someone, especially if it's like people are centered around, let's say East Hastings, then they get uprooted, they're just dispersed throughout the city and much worse off, much more isolated. That's it's worse for you as well. Like it's you can see like the how dehumanized homeless people are. And a part of that dehumanization and how that's possible is just to say, like, I don't know, make it illegal to do whatever they're doing and then just fucking throw them away. Because that is a power that the prison has, is to be able to say, this person is undesirable, I don't like what they're doing, just like make it illegal or something and then put them in prison. That is an incredibly powerful tool for a society to have in terms of like being able to completely discard people. And that's like the prison. This is a point that Foucault makes, is that the prison is a different form of punishment than like the kind of sovereign power, because it's hidden away. He gives the Damien regicide example of the guy who tried to kill the French king, and they're like, it's a classic, great start of a book. This is what to punish, where they're like, they have these like red hot tongs and they're like chipping away pieces of his flesh, and he's like everyone can see it, and he's like and then they eventually draw and quarter him. It's like a bunch of shit repeatedly, this horrific torture. But like the prison doesn't do that. It pushes it away. You don't see it. And that's an important part of it, is you don't even know it's just like, get those people away. I don't want to be around them. I don't want to see them. And like, that is a legible thing to want for an entire group of people. That's a legible, it is a social, is a solution to a social problem that is like actively encouraged. Yeah, that's a classic. Well, I mean, wasn't Kamala part of the three strikes rule? Where it's like literally, even you have like 3 misdemeanors, it's just like throw you under the fucking jail. Which again, in America, I mean, this is also the case in Canada, especially with Indigenous population. Also the case, like population Indigenous in Canada, the Indigenous incarceration rate is incredibly high. Where it's literally just like it functions as a form of social control. You create terrible, discriminatory, dominant conditions for a group of people, and then you say, I just don't want them around. Like criminalize their existence, get them out of here. Is any death penalty? I mean, yeah, it's the classic, like, that's the point that what's her name? I just mentioned her. Our prison's obsolete. Angela Davis makes that it's like when people say like, oh, there's something wrong with the prison, we need to reform it. Like the structure of the prison is prison reform, is a continual system of reform. If you're silly, like we can't do the reform thing, we have to get rid of it. As long as you have that has that solution to rely on of just like, oh, these people, we don't really like what they're doing. Just like put them away forever. Just put them away. I don't want to think about why it's happening. We don't want to deal with the root cause of the issue. Because in this case, it's a great example. Homelessness examples are good. Because the root cause of the issue, we like. As a reformer, as a capitalist, you like that someone might become homeless if they don't work because it gets them to fucking work. So, the second you have that, as long as you're not targeting the ability to stop people from doing that, from just like, let's throw these people away, put them under the jail, I don't care. The prison is always going to cling on to these systems of oppression and exacerbate them. Again, the best example is the system of white supremacy was in an American institution of white supremacy was in crisis after the end of the Civil War. And like one of the many, a couple important reasons why it was able to solidify itself so strongly, despite the abolition of the institution of slavery, was just could rely on the prison. So yeah, it's silly to be like, why don't we just have Norwegian prisons? Because the prison in America is going to exacerbate these systems of domination. It's going to latch itself onto these things, or more accurately, I guess, people in positions of power who have a vested interest in continuing these institutions of power, who actively benefit from them. This is one thing, like, are going to use the prison to ensure that if those systems ever face a crisis, this is one of the many answers they'll have. It's a very powerful answer. But that's because people view it as essential, because they're like, well, what would happen without this institution? Well, mainly because of that, and also just because of all of the shit you're allowed to do to someone if they're a prisoner. Like, yeah. This is one thing that's annoying to me about, like, it's a very liberal analysis of power. You'll see this in the way that people talk about patriarchy, where they think like, well, most people like don't want patriarchy, but it's just like it continues via prejudice, because people are just kind of like, yeah, well, it's all they know. And it's like, men don't actually want to have control over women, etc. You can do this with every, like, this kind of liberal image. It's also an image of racism, although it's a bit less, this one is a bit less common now in terms of, like, at least the racist discourse. That's probably not true, because there was this like, maybe I'm white and I wasn't really I was very young for this period, but it seems like especially like early Obama, it was like the like post-racial liberal was like, that was their time. They were like, listen, race, it's just this like prejudice that people believe for a couple people believe for silly reasons, not me, and we're just gonna get over it, and it's gonna, which is a stupid way of looking at institutions of power, because it's like, no, people have a like vested, active, oftentimes like conscious investment in these institutions because they like having power over people. They benefit from it economically, politically, socially, even oftentimes when they don't notice it. But oftentimes consciously. That is how these institutions maintain themselves. Yeah, it's very silly. A lot of men, like, masculinity is such an interesting one because, like, I think we can admit with the response of Renee Good versus the response from this guy that, like, especially let's say, like, in the mind of right-wing men, although it's still in left-wing men too. The same way it's still in the mind of white leftists, you know, it's still in the mind of white leftists, even if it's more exacerbated among right-wing leftists. In the mind of right-wing men, like, they think about how much they hate women so fucking often. And like, obviously, of course, they're going to hate, like, women of color much more. Obviously. Because there's the dimension of, like, they're also racist. They're still also going to hate white women. Oftentimes, because for a lot of these men, like, white women are the women that they deal with the most. It's their annoying cousin that always argues with it, who has blue hair and pronouns, that argues with them at the Thanksgiving dinner table. What is this tweet? Someone sent me a tweet. I love getting a tweet. Just walked by 10 years ago, someone said it. Heard one say, it's deeply rooted in misogyny. It's like a knife inside of me, though, and I just can't pull it out. And he just said, yeah. Yeah. That's the way it is. You're taught from birth to have control over women, and you benefit from it. Like, if you're in an argument with someone, and you're a guy and they're women, like, it's nice. Like, I mean, well, this comes to, like, the dialectical component, or, like, what's a better example? Wrap up. Thank you. If you're in a business meeting, and you want your idea to be articulated because it benefits you if they use your plan, and there's a woman who wants her idea to be articulated, it's nice for you that you can just say, no, I disagree. And, like, women are taught to feel like, oh, you should kind of quiet it down a bit. Like, you know, in let's say a business setting, plenty of women in those workplaces deal with, like, a fear of speaking up. They're constantly encouraged to not do so. Like, men concretely benefit from those. And oftentimes the problem is that it's like you're a fish swimming in water. So you don't know. You're just like, yeah, I'm right. I'm right. Like, the problem with the way that we exist socially is that it's very easy to just think that the way that we live is the only way that anyone has ever lived. This is especially strong in capitalism. Like, capitalism is quite hegemonic, but it is, like, pretty common that it's like when you have like a society that's explaining its origin story, it's like oftentimes quite quickly in that origin story they develop to some necessary component of their current social relations of production. Or something important, you know, the classic capitalism example is the Adam Smith thing, where it's like humans have this natural propensity to trade and barter. And you know, Adam Smith gives this incredibly horrifically anti-anthropological example, which, in his defense, there wasn't much anthropology he had access to. So, where it's like, well, it's kind of a pain in the ass to barter when, you know, before capitalism, before, like, markets got really advanced, because it's like, you know, there's maybe one guy in your village who makes shoes, and, like, you're the guy who makes spears. You have those are your specialized labor, and, like, well, you have to get something that the shoe guy wants to be able to wear the shoes. And so like, well, it's just more convenient to have like a universal currency. It's just like, it's easy. Marx also kind of gets into this a bit, a little bit, obviously less than, because Marxist anthropology also, the anthropology in his day was not very good. So it's like, well, it's just convenient to go to market. The problem is that like they weren't doing that. That like there was no like within a society there was no system of barter. Like things were distributed broadly based on need. And oftentimes that isn't necessarily to say that the distribution was fair in a sense that we would describe as fair. Although again, fairness is like it's very contingent on your system of production, what you think is a fair distribution. We would generally be inclined to say that like, even like a leftist would say like, well, fairness is like people getting the labor that they produce on the market. People getting the profits of the labor that comes from the labor they produce on the market. But even that's like really fucking arbitrary. Like, oh, you have the software engineer autism, so you get to go live in a fucking yacht. And then the person who has like, this is an offensive example, I'm sorry, who has like, you know, Minecraft house building autism, like they have to live with their parents because they have to deal with the discrimination. Like, that's arbitrary. That's completely arbitrary. But that's our image of fairness. But anyway, leads you both. Yeah, it's true. I love being left out. I will never read the critique in such cases. Yes, to each according to their need. That is the Marxist response to, because Marx doesn't like the idea of fair. He doesn't like saying things should be fairer. The current state of things, it's as fair as it'll be. You know, like that is a part of the Gothic critique. Yes, the Gothic critique. And it annoys me when Marxists say like, well, who cares? Because clearly Marx thought it was quite important at the very least. I can articulate why I think in a way that's pretty reasonable. But it was clearly not a pedantic thing. He was clearly saying like, well, we shouldn't organize based on this. Because it's like when you're asking for fairness, you're going to get a form of a distribution built on fairness of a concept of fairness that is legible in capitalist relations of production. The surrogacy debate. No, was there a debate? Is there a debate about whether surrogacy is good or not? Are we unsure of whether that should exist? Like, okay. Obviously, if someone is doing it completely of their free will, and it's like, you know, it's my sister, she can't give, I really wanted to give that for her. Like, sure, like it shouldn't be like, but it should be like, there should be an instant, like, it should really not exist. You know, like, they should really not exist. That is, it's so fucking bad, dude. And it's not, you would think, we read that piece about the surrogacy piece about, that lady, the lady who, like, a lot of the surrogacy laws are really bad. And a lot of the times, like, the person who's being the surrogate doesn't even, Cindy B, yeah, who doesn't even know like the genetic makeup of the person they're doing a surrogacy for. So like the Cindy B lady, the really rich lady who was literally saying like, abortion, I'm glad that, you know, abortion rights are being restricted because it also allows me to take ownership over the body of the surrogate. She had like, in her family there were like these like really bad genetic side effects. It was something in relation to her placenta, I think, creating like a lot of problems in, it was a Cassie tweet that's running everything. Oh no. I know that, yeah, being anti-surrogacy is usually a good indicator to me that a leftist is mystical, spiritual kind of leftist and not a material. The argument against it inevitably applied to all wage labor. Oh, so Cassie thinks that surrogacy should be legal. Oh, this is okay. Poor Cassie. This is really funny. This is like really, oh man. I'm so glad I'm just like not involved in this world anymore. This type of leftist is also generally against professional house cleaners. If anyone remembers, like literally fucking, this was like before she transitioned. This was like 6 years ago. There was a big discourse because this lady, like pays professional cleaners every like month, and people were like, "You're bourgeois," which is like stupid. Obviously, it's dumb. But it became a big discourse. Which obviously is silly because that has nothing directly to do. I mean, obviously there are instances where like someone has a housekeeper, and it clearly creates like a problematic, there's a dynamic of control, but like most like professionals, isn't she a Zionist? I would have to imagine that whenever someone says, "Isn't Cassie a blank?" it's probably like, it's one of those things. This is someone who is so in discourse that I just like don't. I mean, it's like one of the, like, I don't know. She probably just got in a really pedantic discussion fucking 2 years ago. I have to imagine that that's the. She just can't quit. It's interesting. She had an old account. I just feel bad. Isn't living our Fed? Classic example. Yeah, my 6 months ago date is completely unrelated. Don't read into what happened to me 6 months ago, which was like 5 months. I don't know. Anyway, but the argument is is she saying like being against surrogacy is like being against like wanting to ban wage labor? Is that the argument? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a killer fucking discourse thread. It's a killer. It's fucking 1.7 million views. Yeah, this is a fucking killer discourse thread. Yeah, that's awesome. That's cool. I respect the angle. I think it's concretely absurd. Because broadly surrogacy is just like someone exporting. Yeah, I mean, you can see that. You know what? I can see the connection to. It's like someone saying that we should abolish, being able to hire someone to do chores for them or whatever. Because it's like surrogacy is an example of wealthy women, wealthy cisgender females, to be technically specific, exporting a really important, like quite damaging, potentially traumatic in the literal physical sense, component of like domestic labor to someone who needs money, to a dominated, exploited person. But it's not the same. Actually, no, it doesn't work the same for Marxism. No, I don't think it does, because wouldn't surrogacy imply, like, what is the wage labor? My brain is just like blanking. The wage labor relation in surrogacy. Well, you're paying someone for a service, I guess. I guess so. You are technically paying someone for a service. The problem is that the surrogacy will always invariably, but especially with the current laws, because the argument is that like when you're paying, this thing I mentioned before, when you're paying someone, obviously it's a resentment from a discourse from like 6 years ago or whatever. When you're paying someone to do your chores, you're not their boss. In the same way that you're not the boss of the person you pay to make your latte, you're paying or you're not the boss from the person you're paying to, drive you around in a taxi. The instance in which housekeeping as a form of labor becomes problematic, as I said before, is when like someone, let's say, especially lives with, there's like a housekeeper who lives with the family, and it's exclusively, in which case I think you could probably reasonably argue, is that a silly thing to say, that you could argue in instances where it's like a really rich family who like has a housekeeper that lives with them. The housekeeper is exclusively employed by them to clean up and do chores around their incredibly large house. Yeah, live-in maid. That in that instance there is like a well, no, it's not an employed, because there is no profit generation. Right? It is certainly, I think it's a technicality in this case because there is still a labor relation of power. Is it an employee though? Because technically there's no profit being done. You're paying someone for a service. Regardless of whether there is profit, I guess you could say that the labor relation is that someone controls someone else's source of income and has control and power over them, which isn't a technical definition. I think the problem here is the moral condemnation of a live-in maid isn't on the grounds that like you are bourgeois and you are generating exploiting someone by generating surplus value off of them. Value is created. I guess you're right. Is that true? God, I can't. I'm so washed. Yeah, no, the value is created. Yeah, no, it is. No, you're right. There's value there. Well, not value in like the general sense, but like in the capital V sense. You get more out of it than you put in. No, you don't. You don't. Am I crazy? Not in the Marxist sense. There's no value generation. There's no more money than there was at the start. It's M. It's like MC M, the first M. Am I stupid? This is why it's like it's a technicality, but then there is still clearly a labor relation of power. It's not even, there's no C. Yeah. Well, the commodity is the service. Oh no, but yeah, no, you're right. Because you lose money. Yes, of course. That's why it is an MCM prime, but it's not the prime that you want. It's not so it is. There is no value. There's no capital V value generated. Yes, but it's an annoying technicality because in that instance, like that service is still dependent upon a system of domination. You can only pay them because of the price of their labor power on the market, and you have control over them in a way that a boss has control over their workers. So like, it's like, there's no value generation, but if we are to morally condemn a capitalist, if we're thinking of, if you want a moral condemnation, is this a good thing you should do? Is this, I know that people say that Marx doesn't make a moral argument. I think there are important nuances to that. But is barely true. Given that that's the case, obviously we can extrapolate the same thing. Isn't it like hiring a plumber? It's like hiring a plumber if that plumber only worked for you and depended upon you to survive. And the plumber lived with you because goddamn, you are fucking ruining those pipes. Goddamn, you are just running through those pipes on a daily basis. Clearly, MCM Prime, just like Twitch Primes. Yes, if you have a Amazon Prime, you can connect to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. I think the argument, there's a moral argument, but it's window dressing. I think it's a bit more than window dressing, but I do think that that's fair. Yeah, the moralism as an argument intrinsically is certainly, Marx isn't making, yeah. He's saying, yeah, it's complicated. Anyway, I think there's a nuance there when Marx talks about freedom. A social communist, thank you. And FPS Bard, thank you. MCM Twitch Prime. He certainly has a moral view, that's clear. It's whether it's the thrust of the argument. I am gay. But yeah, if we can extrapolate that it is obviously morally wrong and like domineering in the same way that a boss is domineering of their workers, controls them, breaks them down. You see this argument in Marx of like, the labor power of the worker, like their body physically breaks down. It's like brutal. We can extrapolate from that. I guess she's making an argument that like, but it probably should be banned. I guess it probably should be banned. The Marxist accelerationist position is that it probably shouldn't be. But I thought Cassie was like an abundance lady now. So I don't know why she cares. But yeah, I mean, clearly if we think that instance is morally wrong, then you can extrapolate that in the same way that it is morally wrong for the capitalists to exploit the shit out of their worker. Then you can extrapolate that it is morally wrong that the position of power that a what is the word for someone who's hiring a surrogate? It's fucked up that it's like mother. That like the mother has over the surrogate is morally wrong in a comparable way. In fact, in a way that it's like much worse because the labor is much more intensive. You know what the better argument is? Here's the argument. And this is why that take is like, it's like there's a perspective I'm sure she's talking about where it's like, well, I'm sure a leftist made an annoying take about it. But the idea of the adoptee is maybe the better term for it. All the verbiages sound evil. The adoptee should not have legal ownership over a baby inside another cisgender female's body. That's fucking insane and is the linchpin of surrogacy. That's horrific. That is a horrific practice. And if you think that fucking child labor should be banned, like if you're doing the thing of like the Marxist argument of like, well, no, like we productive forces, let's get them going, quantity and equality. If you're that consistent and you're like, we should bring back child labor, because of this is a moral argument, you should free trade because it develops everything, then fair enough about that's a consistent argument. But if you think that child labor should be banned and the argument you make is that it is wrong to have kids be in mines instead of being in schools, that is a terrible, horrible, cruel thing, then you should also probably be against, maybe not surrogacy per se. I'm sorry for calling you that word. Just like a bit of like a bro guy who's like, what the fuck did you call me a per se? What did you call me? Anyway, that's not funny. I'm sorry. What was I talking about? That wasn't funny at all. If you're against child, then you should be against the concept of an adoptee doing the surrogacy thing, having legal ownership over a baby in a womb or a fetus, because that's legal, is in a womb that is not your womb. That should clearly not exist. That's a clearly... Oh, Canada is only altruistic except for... Is it banned in Quebec? And it's banned in Quebec. Okay, we're based. The French are based. Yeah, so altruistic... I mean, I don't know. I assume that altruistic is... It's... Because you could... Okay, altruistic you can make an argument for. Again, because it's like... Some people do genuinely... They're like, someone I'm close with, let's say, especially, like, really wanted a kid, and they can't do that. But, I mean, when they're, like, at all times, the voice crack, the person doing the surrogate should be able to be like, actually, this baby is mine. I'm fucking carrying it to term. Yeah, that is actually a really interesting map. I feel like I didn't talk about this enough. It's a fascinating map where it's like it's like California, Texas, New York, and then Russia. I thought it was more popular than this. I thought it was way more common than this. But then there's no legal regulation, which is like still kind of cooked, or choosing to abort it. Yeah. Base child. Like, what happens if you find out, like with the with that lady, with the bee lady? What happens if you find out, because she wasn't informed of this, that like the baby that she's carrying, its genetic code has this really high likelihood for like really bad complications during childbirth. Oh, and Cyprus. Yeah, I don't like that at all. That's not good. Yes, and then she blamed the complications on the surrogate and then tried like to not pay her, right? Just a fucking insane woman. And then the other component of that it was like a libertarian guys with Asian wives situation. And then it was a white guy who like, wasn't he like trying to learn Japanese or something? And there was like a video of him. There's a photo of him in like Japanese garb or whatever. It was a whole thing. She was trying to sue the surrogate. Yeah, it was insane. Brazil is allowed between relatives up to second degree of consanguinity. That's interesting. Oh no, last city retweet. Oh yeah, this is... Oh my goodness. So I'm going to read this out first. This is the lady, the surrogate lady, who's trying to sue the surrogate who miscarried because of her fucking genetic code. She assumed it was like, oh, she's having sex with her black boyfriend too much, and he's got like a big dick, and it's like killing the baby. Who she didn't... I'm fairly certain she hallucinated the black boyfriend. My perfect son, from my 45 eggs in one retrieval, 14 eggs donated to a dear friend. That's a powerful uterus you don't mess with. I mean, yeah, that is true in a certain sense. I guess it's not the uterus, it's more the genetic code. It's more the placenta, I think, was powerful. I mean, I wouldn't describe a baby as powerful if the mother dies in childbirth, but then, of course, the video. Yeah, of course. I mean, I know that you're surprised when I press play on that, but like, should you have been surprised? And you know what? Actually, that's completely real. It's not even AI. It's completely real. My divine feminine powerful uterus. Story of my life. Oh, you know what movie I watched recently? It was Marty Supreme. I know I'm late. I never go to the theater. I didn't realize it was gonna be like that. It's okay. My first observation about that is it's really funny how little chemistry Timothy Chalamet and Gwyneth Paltrow have. And maybe this like works, but it's clearly just Gwyneth Paltrow. Like you can tell what Gwyneth Paltrow's opinions and feelings about Timothy Chalamet are based upon her character and her interactions with him. Like I'm fairly certain all of spoiler alert, they have sex in the movie. I'm pretty sure that like all of the scenes involving them, there's a stunt double for one of them. Like, All Men Do Is Lie and Go to Japan. It's a fascinating movie. I can't tell if I completely fucking hate it or I love it. There's a component of like, sometimes I don't like movies. This is one of the reasons why I could never finish Girls, like the show. I don't like movies and like visual medium, especially it is contingent entirely on some of the characters, all of them. Oftentimes in this case, it's like the being just complete fucking assholes, just like despicable people that you hate. And I find there is like an ideological component of that like oftentimes we become more comfortable with current social relations, and the fact that all of our social institutions are begging us to be shitty people that are completely self-interested and only care about other people in terms of how much money is able to be generated, how much can I become more healthy when I'm involved in this person, can I become smarter, like how much you can gain from at an objective level from other people, that it soothes us and makes us like look at our own actions, our own selfish actions, and be like, well, at least I'm not that bad. Or even like just it glorifies those actions. There's something about those, and those are increasingly common. But I found this to be like a remarkably, in that respect, I found this to be the single driver of the plot throughout the entire movie. That the entire movie, Marty Supreme could just be like, you know what? Let me chill a bit. And just like fucking just go get a job. Do you know what I mean? He could just go get a job. It's the 1950s in America. Like you could just go get a job. You're just a white guy in the 1950s. The honey Holocaust thing is fucking bizarre. That was fucking bizarre. I forgot. It's so, to explain for those who haven't watched the film, there's a bit like he is beating like one of the he's like a ping pong guy. He's really good he's the best American ping pong player, presumably. I guess he's the opposite of Marty. I guess that makes sense. Okay, I can see that. It was really weird. So the previous guy who's really good is a European. He's like a Czech Jewish guy, and this is in the 50s. So like he went to it wasn't Auschwitz. It was one starts with a B that I'm blanking on. And in the middle of like Marty Supreme, Dachau, yeah. In the middle of like Marty Supreme is also Kevin O'Leary has a big role in this, and it's like, don't make him a fucking actor. Fuck off. Like that. Yeah, no, the problem with acting is that there aren't more massive piece of shit like millionaires. I don't even think he's a billionaire. Like he tried to be a Canadian Trump, but he was one, too uncharismatic, and two, too lazy to learn French. He killed a guy in his fucking boat, that boating incident too. It's a classic. Complete fucking loser. Like, don't give him anything. Like, and that's the thing is he is the devil in it. He is just like a evil rich businessman. Obviously the worst Shark Tank on Shark Tank. It's so fucking annoying that it's like every single time. Actually, no, that's less the case with him. But he isn't the worst shark. The worst shark is the guy who like always fucking like literally every single time he backs out. Damon is the worst shark in my opinion. He's not at him. Second worst. I think he's the worst morally speaking. He's the most morally reprehensible and least likable. What did Damon do? Every single time I've not seen him make a single fucking deal on all of the time I've watched that show. He always he looks so invested and he's like, I'm going to do this deal. And then the guy's like, that's way too little. And he's like, well, I guess I'm out then. It's like, you did not want to fucking do. I think he makes this. I think that's, I do like the idea that he's just there to aura farm. You know what? No, I changed my mind. I like him now. I changed my mind. Kevin O'Leary is the worst shark. He's just a despicable person. And he plays that role really well. Like, I don't know, like the problem is just that him in that role, he's just Kevin O'Leary. I'm like, wow, this is just what Kevin O'Leary would have done in this situation. He's married to Gwyneth Paltrow, and then Timmy Chalamet fucks his wife and then tries to do a business deal with him. It's a whole thing. But what was I saying about the actual movie? Oh yeah, like they have Gwyneth Paltrow and Chalamet have zero chemistry, and you can tell that like I'm sure that they like kissed on camera like once. Like every time that it's like, oh, Timothy Chalamet is making out with like a lady, a white lady, who is in her like 40s or 50s, and you kind of really can't see her face, but it's clear that he's making out with her, and it's like that's not Gwyneth isn't there. She's not. Um, um, but yeah, so there's a part of me that doesn't like the fact that all of the plot of that film is just contingent on him being a specific type of like insane narcissist that is incapable of seeing, like, he's like psychopathic about winning at ping pong. Like he's a guy who's got his niche and he's going to try to popularize ping pong in America. It's a good role for Chalamet. Like I don't think he did a poor acting job. Like it's clear that the character was written for him. He plays a certain type of like the type of okay. One of the problems with Chalamet is that he's not even trying at the accent. That is not how. Like it's interesting because some of the accents are a bit more era specific. That is not how an American Jew in New York in the 50s sounded. That is how Timothy Chalamet, who is a New York Jew, I think, right? But he's 30 in 2027 or 2026. He's Jewish, yeah. Chalamet is Jewish, isn't he? 1950s Gen Z is very funny. I think that he's French and Jewish, I thought. He is Jewish, yeah. Jewish mother, Russian and Austrian descent, and a French father. Uncut Gems was a great movie. I haven't seen Good Time. Tyler is great in the movie. It's similar though. What was the contemporary slang he was using? Tyler's also good in the movie. He like it is a bit where it's like, oh, he's kind of playing himself a bit. Like the personality is like, this is very like maybe not necessarily Tyler, but like what Tyler is known for. Like it's his stage personality. But he's good. Like enough happens that it's clear that he has to actually act, and he does it quite well. Maybe I just don't like Safdie movies too. Cause like, it's too fucking stressful, man. I don't know. I was way more stressed in that movie than I thought I was gonna be. The slapstick stuff, I didn't expect. Did it elevate the movie? I guess it's kind of funny. I just found it odd. I found the ending like, you know what I'll say about it? It's a movie that feels like if Whiplash was like 20% more direct about what it was doing. Because like there's the most annoying guy you know, and I know it's some of you. Like watched Whiplash when they're like 21 and they're like, man, you know, it's like the guy who's like, I gotta work harder. Like he's so right. You do have to like destroy your life. Like it is that, because it is that guy. It's profiling him, but just like if there was if you could describe a single meme phrase, to all of the film, it's the like, well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. You know, it's just every single step of the way, Timothy Chalamet or Marty Mauser is being a selfish person who is way too cocky, way too driven by his desire to win at ping pong. To you know, he misses the bigger picture of what's going on and what he should be doing with his life, even if he wants to be a guy who wins at ping pong. He does get spanked, yes, And you see it, like I'm assuming it's a stunt double because it's just his ass. Do you think the movie would have worked if it was like tennis? I think it's better. I think it's better with ping pong because it's fucking stupid. It's not a double. Good for him. Mighty Mouse is annoying. Miles Teller's character, is that Whiplash? No, are you saying that the Whiplash character isn't annoying? No, he's fucking annoying. I'm sorry. No, the character in Whiplash is an annoying little shit. No, I'm sorry. That is you gotta rewatch that movie, dog. You gotta rewatch that movie. Like, he's like sympathetic. He's a much more sympathetic character. With Marty, it's really just like, yeah, man, you booked the luxury hotel, and then you did all the room service shit, and then you just didn't pay the because you didn't have the money for it. Like, obviously the table tennis is going to be mad at you. It's literally, you know what's funny? It's literally what happened with with our chess goat Neiman. That literally happened with Hans Niemann. Like, he got banned from one of the major tournaments. Was it Tadas? No, it wasn't Tadas Steel. It was the American one, because he lost a game in one of them, and then he went to his hotel room and he fucking trashed it because he got so mad. And there was a big fine. And then he got banned from, like, and of course he wasn't able to, like, that guy must fucking love the movie. It was the St. Louis Chess Club. Yes, yeah. He must fucking love. Hans Niemann must love that. Honestly, that movie is about him. It's a little bit different because chess is, like, much bigger. In Niemann's defense, he did pay the fine. Yeah, well, Niemann's response was like, did he pay the fine? I guess so. The problem was that it was like, apparently there was a mirror that broke, and then the mirror, like, cut a really nice, like, a piece of furniture. His response to that was, like, very carceral and not rehabilitation. Yeah, no, he shouldn't have been banned forever. I agree. Sure, yeah. Look, listen, I was on Neiman's side through all of when people were suggesting that Neiman was actually a 2,500 rated FIDE player, and that he only looks like a super GM because he's like, he has anal beads or whatever. I mean, no one was actually claiming that. I was like, no, he's a super GM. Like, you guys are fucking stupid. That is a situation where it's like, what do you expect? Like, I want you to win, man. But yeah, I mean, if you trash a fucking hotel. The problem was that his response was, this is completely unjust, as opposed to, like, I'm sorry I fucked up. I don't know. I can't remember. There was more details to this than what's being presented right now that did make it look worse. I can't remember, but he is just Marty Supreme, though. I'm on his side when he's a top US player and doesn't get invited to the top US tournaments. Yeah, fair enough. Is he still banned? It was after the butt plug thing. I mean, yeah. I would say, and I mean, maybe this is just because it's like, of course he's gonna go fucking insane. I would say that, like, I mean, I guess it is just like he's 20, so it's you shouldn't expect someone who's 20 to. It's in the same sense that, like, they shouldn't hold him. I guess you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. In the same sense that they shouldn't hold Neiman, like, accountable for, like, oh, you cheated once online when you were 17, so, like, we're gonna ruin your professional career. Yeah, he's not responding well to any of this criticism, but also he's like 20 and the entire world is making jokes about how he's like, I saw a really good Northern Lion joke about the butt plug thing. That's very funny. I'm just gonna repeat it. What's he gonna do? Where it's like, it's like a multiple choice quiz thing, and it's like, but it's buzz once for A, they're gonna buzz twice for B, and then buzz 10 times if they want to make me come in my pants. um, um. Anyway, that's a great joke. It's a great no joke. But yeah, sorry. I got sidetracked. Free Hans Niemann. He didn't do anything wrong, except for the stuff he did wrong. But what murder? The problem is that Hans Niemann is just gonna become like it. Like he has been turned into an insane person. Where he's like, oh, there's this grand conspiracy from chess.com. To like even like Levy is like in on it because he's like nice with all the people who are shitty to me. But he is just someone who is like fucking insane about winning. He wasn't like there's no chess family. He wasn't playing chess. Maybe he was playing chess at an early age, but it wasn't because his family like got him into it, which is like the story with every single super GM really good chess player is you have that luck of like he just fucking believed in himself. And he moved to New York when he was like 16 to be around chess more, and like he funded himself through streaming chess. And he just fucking locked in. And his response to literally the entire world being like, I bet this guy is actually cheating and he's not actually as good as he beat the fucking world champion, the undisputed best player. And I bet it's actually because he's cheating. And imagine if he had a butt plug that informed it, and it was vibrating, and he was gay because it's a butt plug. And the entire world was saying that. Remember, there was a big thing in 2020, and he just like locked in. Like it made him just study chess more. So yeah, it is just like, it is basically just if Marty Supreme, and it's similar, like Hans Niemann is a heel, but just because that's how he thinks about the world. He's just so psychotic about winning, and he's very blunt about it. It was fascinating. People were making fun of the way he talks, and he was like, listen, I'm just like, I'm so focused on chess, I've developed this like weird international accent, because he's just like talking to a lot of people from we live in different areas, various different accents. I mean, Magnus really should have, like, the fact that Magnus just accused him of cheating, and the fact that chess.com released all that information about him cheating, when like they have said that there are top 100 level players who they have proof have cheated, but they're like, we're not going to talk about it, but we will bully this 20-year-old because like Magnus, who owns the fucking company, by the way, has legal ownership over chess.com, I publicly accused him of cheating, so we're going to jump in on it too. It's a great job, Danny. That's a really smart decision, Danny. This is really what accountability looks like. And then it turned out there was nothing. There was literally no proof. No proof ever came out of him cheating. There's this increased scrutiny about cheating stuff, and he continues to perform at a 2700 level. He continues to perform as a super GM. And just nothing happened. It was just like, well, every once in a while, Magnus is going to do something like that. And the problem is that there is a really big, I'll just talk about chess now. There is a really big cheating problem in chess. Like, again, like there are top 100 players who are going online and playing money matches and fucking cheating, using engines for it. It is, and like, it's a game that requires so much focus, especially like over the board with like games that last an hour. If you're worried that your opponent is cheating, it like really fucks with you, because you're like, ooh, we have the like he has the perfect line, like, why am I even trying, like, oh god, which is presumably what happened with Magnus, as he got tilted, and because Niemann played a really weird line, and the problem was that Niemann was bad at explaining it. This is the defense, is that Niemann, when they asked him after the post-game analysis, like, why did you do this, he didn't really give a good answer. The problem is just that, like, well, that happens sometimes. not everyone is able to explain. You were just concentrating for like 6 hours straight in a way that burns like 1,000 fucking calories. Like, you have to have an extra meal in the day because of the amount of mental energy you are exerting. How do you cheat a chess? With a chess engine. Chess engines are very, very good, and especially a super GM, all they really need in a complicated position, oftentimes, if they're just told this is the top move, and it could be like sometimes it can be like a buzz in like the foot. You can like enter the chess engine. They're really like you can put a chess engine on your phone that doesn't use that much battery, and like is better than the best player in the world. They're really easy. You can put one on a really tiny, like, you know, Strawberry Pie or whatever. Oftentimes sometimes they'll put them in the sole of the foot, I think is a common method. The classic method, is it a Raspberry Pi? I don't know. That's a little computer, right? Did I say Strawberry Pi? All right. Sure. That's a right account, sure. Yeah. I'd like to see you try it, asshole, okay? See you remember all these different... Think about how many words... Think about all the words that I'm putting out there in the world. One of them is wrong, and all of a sudden I'm a fucking idiot? Okay, it's fine. But giving a top-level player in a really sharp position, just like telling them one of the moves, oftentimes it's like, oh, okay, I know exactly what I need to do. If the computer thinks this, like, yeah, it's like, you know... And that's all you need. You need a single move, right? Which is like, it's very hard to detect. If you have assistance on a single move in a sharp position, it's like, well, it's not like, you know, like the cheating that like really low level players do, where they just literally ask the computer every single, right? Like, you know, it's very easy to have a game winning amount of technical assistance at a really, you know, 2 numbers, right? Or 3 numbers, depending on if it's a pawn move, you know. I guess 4 if you're taking, and there's letters as well. Letters and characters. All right, that one's fair enough. You know, QXD6, and you're like, there's a very small amount of information that needs to be provided to you, and you can win a game off of it. So there's a lot of paranoid, or the classic example, I was giving examples of cheating. The classic example, I believe it was like old Polish grandmaster did, where he literally just put a phone in a toilet, like in the, like, you know, it's like the, you know, the drug trays where they'll duct tape, you know, they'll tape the cocaine under the lid. And then he's like, oh, there's a sharp position, I have to go to the bathroom. And then he pulled out his phone and then he put it in. And there's a classic photo. Where's that photo of literally a guy was suspicious and he took a photo of him in the stall, and he has his clothes on fully, and he's on the phone on a chess engine. I want to see if I can find it. It's so funny. Chess cheater toilet. It's such a good photo. It's so funny. Let me find. Here we go. No, this one is paywalled. Fuck you. Chess base India. Elo 2686. Using a mobile phone inside a toilet at the Strasbourg Open in 2019. It's awesome. And this is like a no phone event. I mean, you can see the went to a chess tournament, and when I went to the bathroom, my opponent followed me in there. He thought I was cheating. I mean, what if he wanted something else from you? Could you imagine like how hard it must have been to like cruise at chess tournaments on this period? Is this heated rivalry? Could you imagine it's like you're trying to go to the bathroom again, you're like, and he's like, I'm not a fucking cheater if that's what you're implying. And you're like, oh, so that's not, I was just asking for gay sex. I didn't sorry, no, I didn't think you were cheating. That is funny. He's just scrolling reels. He's like, I need fucking TikTok. I need some TikTok to recharge myself. Whom amongst us? What's my elo now? I'm sure it's really terrible. I'm really slow now. It's like StarCraft, where I was like, when I was like 14 or 15, I was like pretty good. But I just don't have it anymore. So I don't even want to try. I don't even want to know what my elo is. I played on the Internet Chess Club when I was a teenager, because it was the like, I think I was like 1400 or 1500, because it was like a subscription, so people cheated way less. Rich, what race do you guys think I was in StarCraft? It's like when I made you guess which faction in Warhammer. We have mainly toss. So this is like this is interesting, because it's like how you guys mainly thought I was Tau. It was Zerg. I mean, I was good with Protoss too, but I was mainly a Zerg player. I really like that it's like reactive and based on game knowledge. You gotta know what your opponent's doing. I think that's kind of changed. It was also the meta. That was like the one meta in all of StarCraft 2 where Zerg was the best. So you'd think I should play Tyranids, but no. Oh yeah, it's so changed. Zerg is so washed. It's all Cyril's fault, because he was like the best for a while, right? And they like just nerfed it for him. Like all the other Zergs are like way below him. I can't play Brood War. I'm not unk enough for that. I tried it, because I was like Masters League in StarCraft too, so I was like, well, it's like I like watching Brood War, but the controls, the fact you can only have 8 units to a control group is like, I just don't like it. I understand when you're, when it's the fucking Stone Age and your computer, processes a maximum of 10 bits. When you to like load photos of like, you had to like, like on dial-up. I understand then, but like now I don't know. I would go and play, and the answer is the game is really well balanced. It's an incredible game. No need to be mean. Don't worry. They're cooking. I'm born in 1998. They're already cooking me. They're already cooking people my age. You know the memes where it's like when the year starts in 1 and it's like they're in the Stone Age or whatever. Okay, wait, let's get another. I'm curious now that there are more people in here, of like what faction you think you're not allowed to say it if you were here at the very start of the stream. What faction do you think I am in Warhammer? Like what I would pick. Because I'm getting into it now, and I found one, and I'm like, that's so obvious that I'm going to do that one. You're saying it should be Eldar. Oh, 40k, not fantasy. Tyranids and Tower, the classic girl options. I see. We think Emperor's Children, Chaos, Tau. Cao Cao? Yeah, no, I'll go with Cao Cao, classic. Tyranids. The liberal faction. The Night Lords one. Oh yeah, those are cool. Lots of orc. It's the one, if I was in Warhammer, what model would I? The Gene Stealers are cool. It's the sisters. I guess I like because they look like me. I think it's cute. Sisters of Levagar. They're all. Someone said sisters is good, but I don't know about you. Well, I'm happy you guys picked all the. With the girl ones, it's like Orc, Tyranid, and Tau. It's a whole faction. I mean, not all of them. Where it's just like lady. It's the lady faction. the Lady Human faction, and they all have platinum blonde hair and bobs. So I was like, well, I mean, come on. They have great models. The models look really cool. I really like the church organ. Bob and Vagine, yeah. I like the church organ artillery. It's cute. I like it. The faces are really ugly though. I'm just gonna like buy custom face models, I think. For how much you're fucking paying for these things, they're so expensive. You would think that they would model them better, but I guess the technology just isn't there for the famous thing that's really hard to produce. Just use helmets, but then no, I don't want to use helmets. I mean, sometimes, but you gotta just get a resin printer. I mean, surely the cheapest option is just to buy, like people will get like reskins that look a lot better on like Etsy. So I'm gonna do that. I don't care. Like, I don't know if that's tournament compliant, but I don't care. I'm not gonna do that. The new Lady Custodies are great with the faces. Let's see see, they look cute. The premise is you buy them and then you glue them together. That's really cool. I like the grav tank. I feel like the problem is like it's one of those things where like the photo, it's the inverse. That photo of the animatronic Trump that like was obviously supposed to be a animatronic Hillary Clinton, and then Hillary Clinton lost and they were like, fuck, we have to turn this into an animatronic Trump. All of the female faces on like the Warhammer things, it's clearly just like they're like, this is clearly just like, you did not change the face shape of this at all. Especially the older ones. It's a little, you're gonna visit Canada. Oh, cool. Are you coming out west? Come to Vancouver. That would be fun. But otherwise, yeah, the east is also very fun. Toronto and Montreal are very nice. Oh, that's good. Lady Custodi's face. Oh, yippee. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Yeah, let me know. Yeah, it'd be cool to hang out. Vancouver's very beautiful. It's a good city. I'm gonna show you around some nice places. The sushi here is very good. There's lots of good sushi. If you're into raw fish. I think I've said this before. The Northern Line thing about how like women love shopping and eating sushi. I feel like he's very biased because he lives in Vancouver, and like of course the women here eat sushi. Yes, square jaws. Everyone has square jaws. Which it's funny to look at the contrast between like the fan art of like just any woman in the whole universe, because it's so horny, and then you look at the actual model and it's like there's not a 1-to-1 here. That's the same with the Drukhari, because that was another one I was looking at that it was cool, is the Dark Elves. And like they're like insane evil BDSM torture species. Their entire, yeah. And like canonically, the women are very beautiful. Your Honor, it is actually essential to the lore that the evil BDSM dark elf has a snatched waist and a beautiful face. And then you look at the model and it's like, this isn't girly pop at all. That is the adrenochrome faction. That's a good point. But yeah, anyways. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account. A snatched waist. That's right. It's when you have when it's skinny because it's not there because someone snatched it. It's like a LGBT slang with Liv Agar. So if a gay person refers to you as their Julie, it means close friend. It does not mean that your name is Julie. Or Judy. Sorry, not Julie. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. I'm not. All right. I would say okay, Biden count, but like also would Biden have known that at all? Actually, no. Honestly, the fact that he said at least 3 genders, you're probably right. That he would try to like be. He goes up to Pete Buttigieg and is like, "Come on, man, you're my Julie." Oh, that was such a I still remember distinctly. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's kind of rude, actually. It's gonna make a Charlotte Clymer joke, but I feel like she's like not really a thing. Like, I feel like she's like if she was still doing it, like fair enough. But I haven't heard from her in a long time. Remember her? Yeah, she's kind of washed. That was like the trans woman who was like a like loyal Clintonite. She a Blue Sky poster? I bet she is. It's evil Chelsea Manning. That is very yeah. Those are words. Those are words that someone would say in 2020. Those are very 2020 words. Yeah, Charlie Clymer is evil Chelsea Manning, comma. Did you hear about this new virus in China? I hope it doesn't spread here. Yeah, I do think Blue Sky is just lib containment site now, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Maybe that's for the better. I don't know. That's such a story. I'm still thinking about. Thank you for giving me like a taste of Twitter discourse. Whoever sent that the Cassie Pritchard thing about like if you want to ban surrogacy, it's like the same as wanting to ban housework. Just like a beautifully constructed discourse. Yeah, that's so good. She's got a talent. She really has a talent. The lib influx last year. I mean, I feel like it was originally always bad. Like there's a thread of when Blue Sky was in closed beta, there was a thread of online very left-wing trans women that joined, and the center of that thread is because when you invite someone, that other person can start inviting people. And the center of that thread was just Chelsea Manning, which is how I was on Blue Sky super early because she gave me an invite. And all of the like Silicon Valley tech lib people really resented the posting style. It's a very Twitter posting style, very very opinionated, and not especially liberal. Yeah, it was just like crypto people. Regime and Rascal Thursday. I actually haven't been paying as much attention to around this week. Yeah, I can't imagine the discourse is probably really annoying. I think a lot of people have a more nuanced view of it, that it's like there's a very good reason if you lived in this society you would also be, and you were a socialist especially, because the Iranian regime loves killing communists. That's their favorite thing to do, is killing leftists. Like the Ayatollah wakes up in the morning and is like, let's kill some more leftists today. That like just because American institutions want a thing to happen does not delegitimize. What's the Mount quote? Marxism can be summarized in the single sentence: "It is right to rebel." But it's like, but you don't understand. He actually had an asterisk about that, and it's actually wrong to rebel if the oppressive state that you live under is opposing American interests. Yeah. Oh yeah, was Kawash saying that like actually Iran is like very feminist and that women do really well there? It's like, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's also a certain respect to which it's like leftists, Westerners think that they're a lot more important than they are, especially in the discourse about like unveiling Iranian women or saving the Iranian woman, where it's like if the Iranian woman is going to be saved, I've said this before, she's going to save herself. She's not going to be saved by the fucking West. I think if you look at the actions of Iranian women who are resisting, like they understand that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, like I understand that there's an asterisk to here that the CIA was a very different institution in the 60s, but like the CIA supported the FLN against Algeria. A lot of the times people that have, you just noticed the Labubu? Yeah, that's right there. Especially in such a pessimistic global political system where large capitalist states push up against each other, and that's what geopolitics is the pushing up against. Like, you have really strange bedfellows. The problem with campism as a political ideology is that it assumes that these strange bedfellows can create a very straightforward that those strange bedfellows like almost directly reflect upon the political state of a given, state slash society. That a certain institution, certain state is progressive because in virtue of its opposition to this other institution, this other state that we don't like. It's a little different because the CIA like actually had like a liberal branch in the 60s, and they got taken, like the fascist branch has ascended, has been for a while. But yeah, no, I support the protests. I think it is right to rebel, and I hope leftists in Iran. A brown bear? Sophia, thank you. Resist a anti-communist theocracy. I don't whether that'll produce a more equitable world is hard to say, but you can't. That is one thing I do. Did I say this before? I really do actually love the line. Not necessarily because I agree with the sentiment, because I think it's so indicative of how the world works. Of the communist line, if you play as a communist, like a Mazovian in Disco Elysium, of like, okay, communism hasn't worked before, but like, love hasn't worked before. You're gonna say like we're gonna still keep doing that. I'm quoting it incredibly poorly, but yeah, I mean, like, as a point to Liz makes, should we give up on love? Yeah, thank you, much better. Um, wow, I really butchered that quote. That like people will revolt. People don't necessarily revolt because they think like they will always revolt, even if you get the top historians, philosophers, political theorists of the day up to people when you say revolting is impossible. You have to understand the geopolitical nuances, and if you revolt in this instance, we have to understand what you're gonna do. It's like people don't fucking care. That's not how revolution works. And family lives in Iran. I hope they're okay. Yeah, is there still an internet ban? I know that there was like it was really hard for Iranians to talk to people in Iran. Dealing with asylum seekers here, right? Fear of my family being killed in Iran. Yeah. I hope everything's works out okay for you and your family. That is another interesting, dimension of obviously how meaningless the Trump support is. It's completely cynical, but I'm sure we all know that. Yeah, revolt doesn't revolt represents a certain logic, a certain self-preservation instinct, but it's also often quite antithetical to that direct. Is there still a blackout? Or it's often quite antithetical to that self-preservation instinct. It's a yeah. It's funky, as they say. Only briefly it works. Right, I assume that there are holes in it. I mean, the Iranian security apparatus is like pretty cooked, is it not? Like, it's quite weak. This does seem. I mean, I don't know. I think people were cynical about this being the end of the Islamic Republic because I feel like we've had like 7 of these moments. Like even like fairly like being 27, like you've had like 7 of these moments where people are like, is this the end of the Islamic Republic? This one feels different, but I mean it kind of does. It'll always be the same until it's different, I guess. It's like a stupid quote that like it's always just there's just a what was the start of the February Revolution? It's just like these women workers who are marching down Petrograd and striking. Well, Russian Empire has dealt with worse than this. Oh, everyone's joined. Okay, all right, it's over immediately. Okay, the Zyrum is gone. Wow. Okay. It's you don't become an addict one day you wake up and you're an addict. It's like the bankruptcy happens at 2 speeds, like over a long period of time and then all at once. Folks, there are so many quotes for the given situation. One day you will wake up and be Chinese. Like, that's another one that really describes the situation. I mean, in Canada it does. Inshallah. I fucking love quotes. I mean, the goated quote about the February Revolution is, the Lenin one, obviously. What was it? You fool me, can't get fooled again, I think. That's a great Lenin quote. He's so right. Is that a fake quote? No, he said it. There's a video. There's a video. See, the reason why Lenin said that is he didn't want to say shame on me. Like, fool me once, shame on, fool me twice, shame on me. Because he knew that the Mensheviks would make like video ads against him with the clip of him saying shame on me. And that would have been really bad for, his political career. So he just, fool me, can't get fooled again. Yeah, we all know this. It's kind of hot in here. Oh. Anyway, Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you could connect it to a Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. Have you ever thought about how Lennon was Asian? Is a tweet I saw recently. That's my tweet. I made that tweet. Did someone steal my tweet about Lennon being Asian?
I am gay.
Just have signs, thank you. I keep tweeting that and then deleting it because I'm worried that someone's gonna yell at me for calling. I mean, he is Asian. It's true. Lennon is Asian. And I do think about it. A lot of Russians are technically Asian. I think so. I think a good amount. Then Lennon said, "Now watch this drive." Are Georgians Asian? I know that people joke about the Asian ethno state, which is definitely jokes heavy, but there is a Asian ethno state, and it is Azerbaijan. Unquestionably. That one's actually just true. Do you guys see that video of that like Azerbaijani like youth who like really likes, was it Peaky Blinders? And like he doesn't know that much English, but he does know like the name of the character. Is it Afghani? No, it's Azerbaijani. I thought. He's just like shooting blanks in the air. It's very quiet, I'm sorry.
Where are you from? Muammer. Okay, nice to meet you. Thank you.
The Afghani one was a different one. It's tough. It's tough. You just created a million Thomas Shelbys. I've never watched that show, but I do like how many videos there are of what's his name? The Irish guy, just like he's got like a gun pointed to his head and he's like yelling. I think that's Cillian Murphy. You seen he had a role as a trans woman? It's like oddly good. Like he's kind of beautiful. What is the? It's kind of crazy actually. No, you're right. Not kind of. Breakfast at Pluto.
Did not mean this. Kitten.
Oh, Mammy. Do you have the price of the dance in a couple?
Where's it good? Here we go.
Gee, thanks, Cupid.
You can kind of get it, like honestly.
Oh, but Lord, was she sick of that black? What is it with freedom fighters and couture anyway?
Anyway, here we go. This is it. Yes, ma'am. You'll get banned. Do you think that Cillian Murphy playing a trans woman and showing like his chest would be against the terms of service? Because even though obviously Cillian Murphy, as far as I'm aware, did not go on hormone replacement therapy for the role, the character that he's playing it's female presenting, so that's a threat to think of the children, really. Which is such that's the Tumblr rule, isn't it? Is female presenting breasts. I do like the idea that like, here's a documentary, true, is it's like, you know, think of the children, but like the children are very progressive. Like the children understand at an intrinsic level in terms of like psychosexually what body parts that they're allowed to see, that like trans women are women. And so, you know, you really it's we need to see new levels of method be reached with that one, I think. A few Bolsonaro supporters struck by lightning. No, they're hospitalized. Oh no, I guess you are struck by lightning. That'll do that to you. That is crazy to be like a really religious group and then you're like, we're out here supporting our guy, and then you get struck by lightning and you're like, no, God still wants us to do this. Like it's actually a sign that we should protest more for Bolsonaro. So he is in jail. It's cooked. It's over. He got sent to the gulag, but then he's on house arrest now because he like keeps going to the hospital. Is that the story? Bolsonaro was like allowed to go to the hospital. The lightning is bringing their right because it's bringing. Maybe they're really happy in that photo that they're being sent to the hospital because they're like, that's where Bolsonaro is. I can take a photo with him. We can both do the thumbs up. Yeah, I'm sure you've all seen the thumbs up photos in the hospital. It's great. It's good stuff. Anyway. The Cillian Murphy one is quite interesting though, because he plays a trans woman and like, even at the time, I think genders her correctly. And like, if you look at the ads for like the trailer for that thing, it's like, he's a weird type of guy that thinks that he's a woman. They're pretty bad. Like it's, Bolsonaro's cell in prison is 54 square meters and has outdoor area. See, why don't people, you know what, when people say that like we should have prisons but we should reform them, they shouldn't say that we should make them like Norway. It's that everyone should just be Bolsonaro who goes to prison. They should be like Brazil, for Bolsonaro. Because, you know, does that help articulate how like how circumstantial the Norwegian prison is? That it's not quite as silly as saying, I think everyone who goes to prison should just be Brazilian and also Bolsonaro. But there's certainly a spectrum of, I think that everywhere should be like this place where this thing can only exist in this contingent context. The prison reform I'm talking about is the Bolsonarification of everyone. Oh, girl, thank you.
I am gay.
Anyway, what else is happening on the internet? There used to be a nature cam stream with Bolsonaro and the birds. There's a really good part of the Vancouver Aquarium. If anyone's shown to the Vancouver Aquarium, and it's like the tropical section, and when you enter it, like the humidity changes, and there's that little like pathway area where like there's an enclosure, and it's got a bunch of like these little monkey guys, and it's got a sloth, and it's got these like tropical birds. I actually can't remember why I brought this up. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, but they should just put Bolsonaro in there. And he can sleep with the sloth and like the birds. And like sometimes he gets pooped on, but then he's like, oh, there's a sloth. It's just hard to see. It's hard to see her. She's actually 26 years old. So she's kind of just like me. And the reason she's in the enclosure is because one of her arm claws is broken. It was a birth defect, I think, so she cannot live in the wild. But she seems to be having a great time in the enclosure. I can't speak for the sloth, even though I did say that I understand her. I have not watched Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I need to, though. I heard it's really good. Please do not feed the Bolsonaro. Yeah. Do you ever think about how bats never like evolved to be non-flying? What's the term for not flying? No, not terrestrial, because birds are still terrestrial. Like a bunch of birds, like birds suddenly like become flightless. There's no flightless bat. Have you gotten the weird TikTok sound bug yet? You know what's actually funny? Am I sure? I don't think so. Am I wrong? Are mice flightless? Surely mice are not flightless bats. Humans aren't flightless bats because we didn't used to be bats. We're related to bats. But as far as I am aware, bats have not evolved since they have been flighted beings. Humans, as far as I am aware, the descendants of humans have never had wings. Okay.
I used to tickle
It's a reference to this video because I made a bunch of these videos.
my pickle to Angry Birds.
When I was about 13, I loved Angry Birds. I had every game and bought
Every toy they had. One day I was
People are saying I'm doing a bit here and that it's a joke. But this is a joke that I made. Like I made a joke here. And the punch, it's like, you know those things, the punchline.
I used to tickle my
It was a very funny joke, so it's not worth repeating. But then I tried to send it, and my audio is completely wiped. Like I clicked the X on. This is the audio that it assigned, by the way, because if you don't have an audio attached to a TikTok, it gives you an audio. And then I clicked the X, and my voice was not on the video anymore. It was silent. So I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Make it again? No. So I just this one's getting too many likes.
Jiggle my balls
I don't. It has 26,000 likes.
to Niagara Falls. When I see you, I'm not just gonna touch you.
Number one.
I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna fuck you real bad. So run. Run the best you can. Go once I get my hands on you. It's over. You could pray. You could hope. You could cry all you want. But once the chosen is there, you are mine to consume. Lakers in 5.
I do think maybe it's just because this is the one that it like auto assigned it, but it is like perfect timing. That like the punchline, the Lakers in 5, it's just like right at the end. Apparently the search result for this was Liv Agar baddie pics. So you're not going to find it. That's not, I don't think that's going to work. But yeah, anyway. There aren't any when you clicked on it. Why'd you click on it? I guess I can't shame. I guess we all know why you clicked on it. I guess that's not really. Anyway. Just to report it, yeah. Yeah, just to check. I went to the baddie store and nobody knew you. That's because I'm not for sale. Anyway. I think, what was the joke I made? It was like, AI is making everything obsolete. Well, I would love to see AI, and then it's just the filter with like. It's not funny. It's terrible. It's not funny at all. It gets the joke, like that joke format is funny because like I don't know if you've seen any TikTok where it's like strong Betty girl, thank you for the right, where it's like doctors say that if you wipe more than 3 times, and then it just like does the filter, like you have to be like, you're like, oh shit, well, you know, sometimes you drop one and you wipe and then you're like, damn, there's like nothing, I didn't even do anything at all, which is clearly not true. Clearly the wipe, even if it has no mark, is probably useful. You know, like even if you the ghost wipe, yeah, surely the ghost wipe is doing something. You know what I mean? I don't. You're at a perfect time for the stream. I don't contest that. I'm not here to contest that. But like sometimes, sure. It's like, okay. I've clearly there are instances where you wipe more than 3 times. Bidets, I should just get a bidet. Honestly, the real answer, if someone is like, oh, I keep wiping, is you need to shave your ass. Or, you know, wax it or whatever. Get it laser hair removal. Because it's in the hair. That's what's happening. Did you know actually that if you shave your this isn't worse than the thing I said before. That is 100% how it works, by the way. Yes, if you have a problem and you're like, God, I'm fucking wiping and there's still poop here. It's like, that's not good for you. It's a very sensitive part of your body. That is 100% true. And I can tell you from personal experience, as a person who has shaved their ass, that absolutely it is. And you know what is also different, by the way, if you don't have hair around your ass, is your farts are louder. Because it's a cushion. It's literally a cushion. That one I could be wrong about. But someone told me that, and I was like, that sounds, it makes them louder. It's true. Okay, I'm glad we're vouching here. It's a silencer, presumably. I'm safe by using wet wipes. I don't think you should use wet wipes on your butt consistently. It's too much chemicals. Ironically, you're cleaning it too much. You're just like, it's like a chemical wipe down, which is not good for your butt quality. You could have a specific thing going on that I'm not aware of, in which case, fair enough. Everyone has a specific, I feel like if you don't have a specific health thing by like 30, you have it. You're just not aware of it. But yeah, it's not good to do that. The skin seals shut, so when the fart bubble comes out, it's like a motorcycle. Interesting. Well, that's good to know. Mom Donnie's aspiration for Gracie Mountain bidets. It's good. You really can't emphasize enough how uncivilized, like, is it like specifically Anglo culture is? That like, we don't use water after we shit. Like, you don't clean it with water. Why would you not clean it with water? It's horrifying. It's kind of horrifying if you think about it. I guess because it's gay is the answer, because you're like spraying something around there. But even like, is it that there's like a, now I'm very culturally out of my depth here. there's like I believe it's like South Asian method, which is not a bidet, which relates to like pouring it in some way. Someone will know the word that I'm thinking of, the device I'm specifically thinking of. And like, surely if that's gay, that like they do a pour, yeah, which like, if that's gay, then like taking a shower is gay. Right? Like that's taking a shower is gay. Okay. But like, okay, I guess I was going to say, you say that as if taking a bath isn't gayer, but I guess the answer is to just not do either one. Shitting is also gay. I disagree. I think it's the opposite. I think that something going in your ass is gay, but then something coming out your ass is equally not gay. That's why it's not gay to have anal sex. Just hold on, wait a minute. Just hear me out. Hear me out. Because while for a second, certainly it is gay, but then afterwards, it's equally ungay, and it ungays it, and it cancels it out. So while it's happening, it is gay. I agree with that. But afterwards, it's undone. It's like kind of a yin and yang, you know, all of the universe is in a balance of the gayness and ungayness. And anal sex is the most perfectly neutral in terms of the gay, ungay, the gay straight dichotomy activity. It would only be gay if you left it in there, yeah. Exactly. That's why they, like, you know those things where it's like a guy put something up his ass that like he shouldn't have and he's in the hospital? What they don't want you to know is that that's actually fine for you and it's not going to hurt you. It's just, it's so gay that guy's like, this isn't me. Like, this was supposed to come out. The longer you leave it in, the longer you have to leave it out. Yes. So like the more that you're leaving it in, if something's stuck in there, it's like that's permanently gay. And he's like, well, I can't have that. That's like, did you guys know that the collapse of Yugoslavia was initially facilitated, or I can't remember if this was whether this was later, I believe this is the collapse of Yugoslavia, was initially facilitated by an event where a Serbian man who lived in Kosovo shoved a bottle up his ass and then it broke. And then when he went to the hospital and they were like, what happened? He was like, those fucking Albanians, they shoved a jar in my ass. And then the Serbs were like, did you hear Albanians are shoving a bottle in our asses? And they were like, we have to do genocide against those people. I'm not joking, by the way. That is the event that facilitated the breakup of Yugoslavia. They're making us permanently gay. Dorde Martinovic incident. A cause célèbre in Yugoslav politics. Remained in dispute for years afterwards. It played a role in worsening ethnic tensions between Kosovo, Serb, and Albanian populations. Insertion of a glass bottle into his anus. Community leaders in Gilead subsequently issued a statement describing his injuries as the, quote, accidental consequence of a self-induced sexual practice. He claimed that he'd been attacked by 2 Albanian men while he was working in his field. Martinovic reportedly admitted that his injury had been self-inflicted in a botched attempt at masturbation. Could you imagine botching an attempt at masturbation? Like, that's gotta be a thing. The bottle breaks and you're like, I can't do anything right. I can't. You know, he's like a farmer. He's like, first my crops are failing, and then I try to shove a bottle. I'm like, I can't even do that. It's gotta be tough. Yeah, it must be the Albanians' fault. I do love the idea of folding under pressure though. Like you get one of the like, you know, Yugoslav communist secret police who's like, okay, well, like what did he look like? It was like, he had black hair. It's like, you shoved this bottle up your ass, didn't you? He's like, yeah, I shoved the bottle up my ass. It was, yeah, Yugoslavia, you can't experiment, you know. Going bottle first is crazy. He really can't do anything right. You know what? He is a failure. He is a failure. I'm such a fat fucking Serb. Yeah. What makes you say that? Like, if you're a farmer and your go-to for shoving something up your ass is a bottle, you're like, I just drank all this fucking rakia. Surely, look, I don't know what he's farming, but surely there is something that is sufficiently phallic to be using. There's plenty, like, country girls make do, you know, like, but you can't, Serbian man. All food is phallic if you're brave enough. Yeah. Yeah. Use some chivapi. That is sufficiently phallic. Delicious. It's a delicious dish, by the way. I don't know. It's probably not solid enough, presumably, but it is great. Chivapi is delicious. There's no like Serbian. There's no like Serbian. Would you try to inseminate a cow with a glass bottle? Exactly. Just get another guy to do it. I mean, honestly, what if that's why he was going to the Albanians? Because he's like, if I know one thing, it's that Albanians would be good at putting this bottle up my ass. If there's one thing I know about the Albanians, they're gay, which I am not. It's really hard to say. Why did I start talking about this? I don't know. It doesn't matter. You just get me going, and I don't stop. It's a problem. I wasn't like this before I started streaming, by the way. Like, I feel like I was a quiet person. But streaming, it, like, really teaches you that people care about the stupid things that you have to say. Which, like, they don't in real life. Like, this is... I mean, at least a half of you are in another tab right now playing fucking Hades. Again, you're using the shield because you're a bottom. I know you. I can see you doing it right now. That's going to work eventually. It's going to get someone eventually. That's just all content. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that is like... Content has really been like you become very used to consuming a particular type of content, even like based on the specific like apps or websites you're on. But a lot of content in general is just being grinded down until basically the TikTokification. It's like the Emily in Parisification of everything, where it's just a thing you can kind of passively consume while you're doing chores. Playing Magic the Gathering like a good ally. I feel like that is like a Chaser central location, is like a Magic the Gathering tournament. Like possibly even worse than like a Smash tournament. I think worse. I think we're probably more. Here for tips on wiping my ass. Well, I think we got two, right? Which is you shouldn't use like the like wet wipes or whatever. The ones that have like chemicals on them, because that's going to be really like your butt is really sensitive. Like once or twice, but you should make a habit out of it. And then yeah, shave your butt a bit. I mean, if you're really dedicated, just get a laser. Because apparently, for some reason, that area doesn't actually hurt that much. I think the real, like, you would expect laser hair removal to really fucking hurt. Like, for those of you who've gotten it. But I think it's because it's like the hair doesn't grow on the butt itself. It's like adjacent to the butt. And that's just like, that's just skin. Like, if you can't take that, it's like, do you really want to be like a 2-wipe Andy? You know? Like, if you can't take like laser to like your legs or something, like, you're not even trying here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's nothing. Well, you're at it, go and bleach. Exactly. Well, while you're there, I guess. 55 shits, 55 wipes, 55 fries. I think it's a great. I've been watching The Chair Company. The Chair Company feels like the pacing of it is very strange, in a way that is funny. But it feels like it's emotion, like the way that visual mediums emotionally manipulate you to be like, this is a serious moment. It's like, well, this is stupid. And I feel like I'm too like influenced by, I'm too vulnerable to emotional manipulation to really appreciate the kind of the what type of irony would that be? It's like some structural irony. What type of irony? I studied this. I was in English class in level 100. I guess it's just satire. Yeah, I guess it is just satire. But that isn't Robinsonian irony. Yeah. Because it's like, it's something you don't expect. The thing that you don't expect is the structural, like the tone of the scene is like, this is very scary. But it creates humor because there's a contrast that you're like, this is Tim Robinson, and he's being like this ridiculous old man who cares about a chair. He works out and it's very good. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I love everything else he's done. It's great. It's like Prestige TV parody, yeah. It's very funny. Yeah, I do like the now I was gonna make a joke about Detroit, but like they're already doing poor enough. Like you don't want to rub it in. Which is also a joke, but it's not funny. The worst kind of joke. I feel like sometimes I'll do this thing where I just like, I don't like a joke that I'm saying. He's from Detroit, yeah. Isn't he? Am I crazy? He's like a Michigan guy. I dated a lady who's like functionally a Michigan nationalist. He's Detroit? Okay, yeah. That's what I fucking thought, chatter. And she'd always been like, she's like, it's Detroit. I'm like, well, at least they have something, you know. That's cool. You know what? That's a cool type of nationalism, actually. I do like Americans who are like, I love my state and my city, and that's it. And I actually don't, even though it's like the Canadian thing with Americans, where it's like, even though we have everything in common with the guy over there, England is my city, yeah. I don't see anything, and I would like those people to have nothing to do with me. They're against Yooper self-determination. I think actually yes. I actually do think that is the attitude, is like we colonize the Yoopers, which makes it sound like they're like the Upper Peninsula, which makes it sound like they're doing like, Norwegian style, cultural assimilation, genocide of like, you know, a nomadic group. But no, it's just a different type of like funky or a white person. And it's like some of these guys are kind of Finnish with it. Like, I don't actually feel that way about Vancouver. I am oddly, like, in terms of my national identity, I'm not a nationalist, so it wouldn't matter. But I'm like, yeah, Quebec is a part of, like, I go to Montreal, I'm like, this is the country that I live in. And it's beautiful that we have areas, different language. We have language protection laws. It's a little, like, you know, it's a little bit too much. I think that the language laws should be draconian, but specifically against English speakers. Like, I think that the Quebecois should be allowed to oppress English people, but then everyone else should be able to have their languages represented. Like, in Vancouver, there are certain areas where, like, you'll see, like, signage in English and, like, Chinese. Because there's a lot of, there are areas in Vancouver where there's a lot of Chinese people, some of whom don't speak English or at least read English particularly well. And it's like, that's good. Like, you couldn't do that in Quebec. It's like, get ready to learn French, buddy, you know. And that's not good. But I think that they should change, if they change the laws simply to no English and as opposed to only French, that I would support it. The Michigan-Ohio rivalry is pretty serious. I told you I dated a lady who's functionally a Michigan nationalist. They had a war apparently. I didn't know states were doing that. I didn't know they were fighting each other like that. But they apparently had a war over a strip of land. And the Michiganers, they didn't get the strip of land, which is why they got the Upper Peninsula. USA kind of just have a warring states period. Yeah, I guess so. The central government felt bad, so they're like, here's this Upper Peninsula. Here's, you know, it's like the standard oppressed, you know, member of JD Pon, who's, you know, dealt with by the central government, which is the global capitalist class, where it's like, hey, listen, you're trying to nationalize, you can't oppress these people, you can't get national liberation this way. What if you would feel better if you got to oppress these people, you know? And so subsequently, the Michiganers were deproletarianized, and now they're, you know, it's white working class, you know, fascist, Hitlerite, etc., labor aristocrats. That's the more interesting one too, when, like, because California, that's a big fucking state. I know I'm not the first to make this thought. I know that this is kind of like the de Gaulle quote about, you know, China's a big country full of many Chinese people. It feels oddly too big. I think that they didn't plan that properly. He's so
down heavily across our city. And I can think of no better excuse for New Yorkers to stay home, take a long nap, or take advantage of our public library's offer of free access to Heated Rivalry on ebook or audiobook for anyone with a library card.
This is ChatGPT, right? I'm like so parent, like, this is ChatGPT, right?
Audiobook for anyone with a library card. No.
Is he real? Okay, because I'm like I refuse for it to get me. Do you know what I mean? What is Heated Rivalry? Don't even get me started, brother. It's the hockey show where they have gay sex. You know what? I would be so fucking mad. And the Heated Rivalry universe is really funny because they can't use any of the copyrighted teams. So instead of like the Montreal Canadiens, it's the Montreal Metros. But in it, like the team captain for the Boston. You mean Yuri on Ice? Isn't it funny that Yuri on Ice is about to? Well, it's not Yuri on Ice because they actually fuck. They actually fuck. Unlike as I've been told, apparently they don't make the ship official in Yuri on Ice because they were afraid. Boston Raiders is such an ugly fucking name for a city. It's Yao Yao Nice. Yeah, exactly. Like literally, yeah, like 30, they get right into it immediately. There's, what was I gonna say? Could you imagine how fucking mad you would be? Because like spoilers, the as far as I remember, because I feel like I wasn't really paying attention to the plot as much in that series. The Boston beats Montreal. Could you imagine how fucking mad you would be finding out as a Montrealer, as I assume that they still call themselves Les Ab. I would hope so. Could you imagine how mad you'd be if you found out your team captain was getting his fucking back blown out by the Boston team captain? He was getting cooked. He was the bottom. Like, oh my god, dude. Did you like it? I loved how so obviously low budget and Canadian it was. You know? I thought that was really cool. Because it's like, there's a shot of him, there's a shot of the Russian guy and he's like near the Kremlin. And it's like, that's Hamilton, Ontario. Like, that's not, he's not in Russia. That's, like, no, that's ridiculous. Yeah, no. My leader getting his shit rocked by the team we're getting cooked by. Could you imagine the salt in the wound there? Because they find out, like, it becomes a... Yeah, no, it's tough. And it's interesting because it's like, it's obviously that is written by a woman, obviously. I'm really enjoying the discourse that always comes up about this, about like women fetishizing gay men, like straight women fetishizing gay men. And like as a straight-ish woman, because it's on the line, but I will say I do fetishize gay men. And if you have a problem with that, go to fucking Blue Sky and cancel me. I dare you. I dare you. Do it. Anything but saying bisexual, that's the real reason to cancel me, actually. You're right. You know what? that is the I was thinking about this because they are both bisexual. And I was like, oh, it's like they're trying to do, but I was like, oh, I wonder why they didn't make them gay. The obvious answer, by the way, is because this is a show for women and they want the women to be like, oh, this guy would also fuck me. But it is, for a second I was like, oh, it's just kind of like a dumbed down version of Food Story for Gay Men. But it's not. It's actually, would you believe it or not, just a different story of different people navigating a different relationship with heterosexuality. And you think Shane is gay and he's like compat? That sounds like biracial to me. Someone get to the fucking Blue Sky. Someone cancel this individual. No, he came out? Oh, okay. I kind of forgot. I'm going to be honest. I think it's like neither of us are actually fucking watching what's going on. It's like, oh, maybe he came on his special. I can't remember. That's not why I'm watching it. I'm canceling you for being a hetero romantic bisexual. That's the worst thing a woman could be. You're gonna have to cancel a lot of people. Sorry. You're gonna have to cancel a lot of people. We're gonna have to, this is like the fucking, we're gonna get Stalin show trials situation. Like, you have to do a fucking, a great purge of bisexual women. We're putting you in this Blue Sky structure. Is it okay to be a hetero romantic bisexual man? Yes. Selfishly, I think more of you should exist. I think enough of you do exist, though. Actually, I think it's maybe a good amount. Sometimes is this a fucked up thing to say? It's interesting how I'm deciding to start, like, this is the thing I'm saying is, like, is this a fucked up thing to say? Sometimes I'll see, like, a specific type of, like, nerdy bisexual, like, cis guy, and I see that he's dating, like, a cis woman, and I'm like, there's a lonely transgender woman out there, and this is who you're dating, like, do you know what I mean? There's a lonely straight trans woman out there. I can fix you. Not necessarily me. It isn't necessarily me. Sometimes I'm like, well, no, this is too much. This guy is too close to a guy I hung out with in high school, so I can't. This is not gonna work. Same energy as Northern Ireland telling his trans chat to think of his gender ratios. Yeah. And it's not even like you could do better. It's more like it's like when a bisexual person who's cis says that they don't sleep with trans people or they don't date trans people, and it's like, then what's the fucking point? Like, what what purpose do you serve societally? Like, I don't understand. What do you even do? Like, like, I don't understand. It's kind of that's kind of the point I'm making. Which, honestly, there's like 3 different ways that you could say that that's problematic. The thing I just said. Maybe not the what's the fucking point, but more the thing about, like, there's a lonely straight trans woman out there. I think there are, like, at least 3 different dimensions of that. One is like, are you implying that straight men don't date trans women, that they have to be bisexual? I'm just like, you know what I'm doing right now? You know what they should make? I saw a video of Northern Lion playing this movie maker simulator where it's like 1970 and you have, like, these listed directors. It's like the indie game developer simulator. They should have one of those, but it's like a Twitter discourse simulator. You know, and it's like you can predict the discourse and it happens, then you can structure, and it's like how to make a discourse that gets, like, the most amount of interactions. Because, like, when I see Northern Lion in that studio, I'm like, this is where he needs to be. Like, this is similarly, like, I'm thinking, like, I'm like, this is, I'm just gaming that out right now. It's like when people would play Dungeons and Dragons when video games didn't exist. Because, like, there is a component of, like, I can't imagine if you were in, like, 1965. Maybe Dungeons and Dragons didn't exist by that point, but bear with me. Before video games were a thing, and you're someone who, like, wants to play video games, wants to spend literally all of their life playing video games and doing nothing else so badly that, like, you've deduced the existence of video games from first principles, and you're mad that they don't exist yet. Like, I can't imagine how annoying playing Dungeons and Dragons must have been in that time, during that period, where, like, 9 of the 10 people who are interested in playing are just like, I don't care about the social dimension of this. I just want a fucking game. Because now it's like, I've actually never played, despite what you might think about me, despite everything, I've actually never played Dungeons and Dragons with D&D is after video games, but, like, it was like Pong, right? Like, it wasn't, like, the things you can do in a Dungeons and Dragons game are not possible until, like, like an MMO. Like, these people aren't playing Fable. Wargaming and predated involvement in D&C was around the 60s. Right. I know people who play D&D. Of course I do. I'm sure this is not a surprise to any of you, but I've just never got into it. I do wonder if I struggle from the thing of like, this is annoying because I'm not the only one talking. Like, okay, what is it my turn to talk again? I think it depends. I think if I didn't know people, I wouldn't want to talk. But I think if I knew people well enough, I think I do just turn into that. Which, by the way, is it's Twitch's fault. Because this website has convinced me that people actually care about the random things. Like, when I just ramble, that people care about the things that I'm saying, which is not true. Which is not a thing that I should believe. Because, you know, not that, okay. Not to anyway, let's not. It's not like I don't want to undermine myself too much. It's just, most of the time when a random person you don't know has opinions, you're like, okay, that's fine. I don't really. I think Twitch is, especially the just chatting, is like, it's a place you go if you want to hear someone have opinions. Is that what Northern Lion said about it? Did I know that? That makes sense though. That's not true. I always stop by and listen to Black Israelites on the street. You guys seen that video of the guy who's like doing some like annoying Instagram influencer bit? Who's like, oh, you gotta learn Arabic because Mamdani's gonna come. And then he's like, he says this to like, who I assume is a Black Israelite. Who's like, I was born Jewish, but I converted to Islam. Because I think he's like, Jewish people are the R word. He's like screaming it. And then he yells, fuck the Jews. That's like Hasidic Jew. Yes, I'm Hasidic Jew. I was born Hasidic Jew. No. He said they were the F word, the F slur. Which I can say, but I'm worried that saying on Twitch the phrase Jews are F slurs, like if you catch like a month for the Sabra hummus thing, you know, like what do you catch for that? You catch like, that's like a fucking 10-year sentence, you know, like that's a perma. But yeah, Amazon drone strikes your house, exactly. That's like real New Yorker meets annoying Instagram influencer. I've never been to New York, but this is my impression of New York. The Northern Lion D&D stare.
Have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons? I played it. I did a one-shot once. I'll tell you, my problems with Dungeons and Dragons are personal problems. And I mean that sincerely. It's not negative about Dungeons and Dragons. My experience with Dungeons and Dragons, I really liked the combat, because the combat was just like, you know, Divinity Original Sin 2. Shout out to Macros. But I didn't like the improv stuff. And I think the reason I didn't like the improv stuff is that I wanted to talk the whole time. But everybody that's at the Dungeons and Dragons table also wants to talk the whole time. So you end up spending like more time listening than talking.
Yeah.
Which would be fine, but in my opinion, I'm the funniest. So I think I should be able to talk more.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh. You know the secret cousin? Does this mean I'm Chinese? Do I get to be Chinese now? Is that what that means? Yes. Did I tell you all I was at a party and I was talking with this guy about the difference between simplified and traditional Chinese in the diaspora? I've told this story before. I don't go, like, I was going to say I don't go to that many parties. Like, I don't have that many of these stories. So, surely I've said this one before. And I was interested because, you know, like, diaspora in Vancouver who are from like either Hong Kong or Taiwan. Tradition, you generally use traditional, but then if you're from mainland, it's more simplified, and so it's like hard to. And in the middle, he's like, "Cause you're Asian, right?" I was like, "No." So you've always been Chinese. I should have just rolled with it. Yeah, you're right. That's what I should have done. That's exactly what I should have done. Number one Asian political streamer. That's not true. That's Northern Lion. I thought we established this. You're right. I am like I am very slightly Turkish, which is Asia. That is true. I have like, according to 23andMe or whatever, I have like, is it like, it's like third cousins or something that are Turkish on the thing. I think it's a bit further than that, but it's like, they come up, which I assume is more just because like, there are Turkish people who are somewhat ethnically Serbian, but if Northern Lion gets to be 10% Chinese, I get to be 10% Turkish. I think that's how that works. Which is 1% Chinese. Yeah, that is how that works. I think so. Yeah. Or it's like third cousin twice removed or something like that. They come up on the DNA site as it's like Turkish people they got Turkish names. They live in Turkey. I don't know what the remove part means either. I actually don't know. People explain it to me, and then I'm like, okay, and then it immediately, like 10 seconds later, I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to apply this. I'm not gonna be able to apply this at all. I had an embarrassing moment in like grade 9 French class, because I'm like, it was one of those things where it was like we were learning some French rule. I had to go and like the teacher like. So I feel like if you have like ADHD, if you're one of those people who's like generally smart enough to compensate for it, but like in a topic that's especially boring, you're like, oh, I don't really care. Like teachers could just smell it and are like, I need to publicly humiliate this student. Like the reason why the student isn't learning is because they haven't been publicly humiliated by me yet. And then of course it doesn't work because then it's like, well, I don't like this even. I don't want to learn this even more than I did before. And yes, while I would do really well at this if I found it interesting, it's, but I did a thing where I wasn't really paying attention. I wrote something down on a board that was initially wrong, and then she was like, oh, it's really simple. It's the other option. It was maybe masculine or feminine. It was a certain word, whether it was masculine or feminine in French. And like in the middle of it, I kind of just stopped paying attention. And I'm fairly certain that she made this whole thing, like the whole class was repeating the thing that I was supposed to. This sounds like a nightmare. It's so crazy. Like it's so crazy the shit you'll tolerate when you're like 16. Because if a teacher did that to me today, I'd be like, I'm complaint. Like you can't say that to me. It's so nice being an adult. You hit a certain age and you're just like, you can't talk to me like that. And this is admittedly partially because I don't have a boss really. Like my boss is like Julian Field. You know what I mean? Like that is just like, you can't say that to me. That's not acceptable. I'm leaving. I don't have to be here. But no, you're like, no, it's cool. I have to be here or I'll like, I was a very like, I was a rule follower. Like I didn't like, I was very like, as a kid, I was like, oh, I have to be here. Like I have to be here. Julian Field derisive, not derisive, just like Julian is not gonna. I mean, I guess he is French. He could make fun of me for not knowing whether a piano is a woman or a man. But you can even go to the bathroom. Yeah, it's like there's no, like, I can't think of a single situation in my life today like where like I would be like, oh, I can't go to the bathroom right now. Like if I really needed to, I couldn't go. Like I can't. I'm trying to think of like you're in surgery or something. You physically can't. Like working at Amazon. I mean, technically, I do. I guess I do work at Amazon, but I'm not in that department. Thankfully. That is an interesting thing. One of my grad student friends was telling me is like teaching like first and second years, like in undergrad, like they'll ask you if they can go to the bathroom or not, and it's like, of course you like. I can't stop you from going to the bathroom. Like, you're allowed to go to the bathroom, like, because you get so disciplined, you get so cucked that you're like, oh, this person who like. Remember how old you thought in like first year of my undergrad? I thought that the fucking TAs were so old. They were like 4 years older. These are like 21, 22-year-olds you're looking up at. You're like, you're asking a 21-year-old if you can go to the bathroom or not. Yeah, asking the streamer if you can go to the bathroom. But yeah, I remember I wasn't paying attention and I wrote it down. I think presumably based on her reaction, the same I did masculine again, because I just wasn't paying attention. I was just like, there were 10,000 places I would rather be than right here. Never had that problem. Well, some of us. Your voice sounds good. You should work at a radio station. Thank you. I guess I feel like a podcast is kind of a radio station. That's how like my mom explains what I do to people. It's just like, I mean, people know what podcasts are now. The thing that my mom says to people that like to let them know that like, no, my kid is like doing like is actually making money is it's like, well, she has a podcast and Rachel Maddow listens to it. Which honestly, I say that in a tone that sounds like I'm making fun of her, but it's actually great. It's actually it's not something that I could say to people my age. Is that true? Yes. I mean, maybe it does work. How old is she put QAA in 2024. She put QAA, Rachel Maddow put QAA on her like top podcast. Which is very funny. Which is quite fun. Ryan Philippe, is that the guy who was in the Where We Go On, We Go All thing? The boys coming of age. He was in Cruel Intention. That's like that was his White Squall. Yeah, he was in White Squall. We did a review of that episode, and one of the guys who was in it was like, yeah, that was funny. I do like the idea. It is interesting. The podcast is big enough. I mean, the stream too, I guess. Like, celebrities do just like listen to things. Do you know what I mean? I always do wonder. I remember I got rated by Adam Conover once, and I was like, really? Okay. It's kind of weird to think about. Yeah, it's strange to be perceived by people that exist. One of the Saw actors? That's crazy. That's such a funny one. Should I Rach? I call her Rach. I bet she loved the Perverts episode about diaper fetishes. I bet that was your favorite. She liked the sex doll Perverts episode. I'm sure that's really why she put it on the list. She wasn't allowed to say that. but she thought my look in those communities was really interesting. Wonder if Tom Arnold, that's okay. Tom Arnold is the funniest example you could have given, because Tom Arnold followed me on Twitter when I had like 3,000 followers in 2019. Tom Arnold is a day one Live Agar enjoyer. I don't know why. And he was also interviewed like QAA before I got on it. Tom Arnold, the actor, was on QA like really early. First ever QA episode you listened to. There you go. Noted Roseanne ex-husband. Yes. Yeah. So that's the funniest. I don't know if you were baiting out. I don't know if this is like a Caesar Mark Antony, giving the crown situation, where it's like a bounce back. We're like riffing off each other. Like you understand it's the layup. OG fan that left after the burger AI take. Yeah, exactly. You knew what you were doing. Okay, thank you. Zach, the alley oop, as they call it. Cheddars are all plants. Yeah. I mean, that is how that works, by the way. That is how that works. You are contributing to a product that I make money off of. I mean, and also Jeff Bezos. Let's not forget. Let's not forget where the surplus value is coming from. Hold on. So you are the, in a certain sense, if you think about it enough, or think about it not enough, probably, I am the one actually exporting you, because I make money off of it. We're humor surrogates. She uses our joke wombs. I don't like the concept of using someone's joke womb. But I guess it's true. I guess I just did it. I was joke aborted. Having a joke abortion. Sorry. This is totally unrelated, but I just thought of the portmanteau Joe abortion for because Biden is an omega, obviously, and Trump is the alpha. But they don't want to have a kid together because that would be a toxic living environment. So he has a Joe abortion. Sorry. That's horrible. That's not funny. That's terrible. I still don't actually know what the omega stuff is. I will admit to I don't. That's not none of the content on the internet I've consumed. Let's just say has anything to do with the concept. I can vaguely tell that it's like the idea is that some men are basically women, but they're women in a way that different mammalian animals that are not us are. Like they go into, is there a Jenny Nicholson video? Okay, I should just watch that. Like they go into heat, which by the way, humans don't go into heat. Like that is a technical concept. It's why some of the stuff is really annoying about like some people will talk about hormonal cycles as if you might not go to heat. Not me. I am. Yeah. No, that's. I guess that's the whole point of omegas, right? Is I'm wrong, but there is this oh, I'm ovulating. I am no longer a rational person, and I cannot. That kind of makes, there's a weird implication that some T-boy sweat, I'm coming out pregnant. That is like, do you think, so in the Warhammer 40k universe, a lot of the times people will just will something into existence. You know, it's like, yeah, the Sisters of Battle, like they'll get these miracles because they believe in the Emperor so much. The orcs, their machines run on their beliefs that they work. Do you think that you could get a trans woman pregnant if you believed in it enough in the universe? Do we wonder if that's like an original thought? I feel like trans women play too much Warhammer for that to have been an original thought. It's only orcs though that can get a trans woman pregnant. I mean, surely, yeah. I'm okay. You're saying that out loud, and I'm sure that that's already been thought of. I'm sure that's already been a thought that's entered someone or exited someone's mouth. Yeah, I guess you're probably right. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. New angle dropped. Oh, I probably can't watch it. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Sure. That's good. You got me. That's good. That's funny. He does a break dance. I mean, I can show it. Is this your video? Did you send me your one like Twitter video? No, you didn't. This is someone else. Yes? Okay. Because I feel like that's like I kind of respect the hustle. Yeah. I feel like that's kind of the equivalent of, have you guys seen that thing where it's like a guy posting on like Poll or something and he's like, yo, fucking raid this Twitter thread, and the replies, it's like, you guys are fucking liberals, I'm gonna raid the shit out of you. And obviously they just call it like the absolute and the it's like that level of like emotion for yourself. I respect the hustle though. Never stop grinding is what I'm saying. Like, that's I feel like that's like a genre of video where it's like a musician. Maybe it's like a rapper, like it's like, you know, up and coming rapper raps for Kanye West. And he'll do the rap and Kanye will be like, you know, I respect the hustle. Like, and then he just keeps walking. Like, the implication is like, oh, if I rap really good to Kanye, he'll make me like rich. And then Kanye's like, I wish you the best. And then he just keeps walking. That's the Money Supreme mentality, exactly. And, you know, look at where it got him. I mean, he starts to feel empathy at the end of the film, so that's pretty good. That's a pretty good... Honestly, having the capacity to start feeling empathy... What is he, like, the character's like 22? That's pretty good for a guy, honestly. I think he's kind of got a leg up. 1950? It's 1953, you're 23-year-old guy. And you start understand the concept of empathy. I think you're on like you're getting to it early. Never stop grinding should be a tagline for heated rivalry. Yeah. Okay, one thing I do like about heated rivalry is that he has a specific pathological desire to win, and he does it, and he's like, oh, okay, that's kind of all I needed. That's about all I needed. And I'm pretty sure like the premise is that he's going to beat, you know, Japanese rival who beat him in the previous championship, he goes to Japan, and the way he gets there is by like doing a stage match with that same Japanese player where he loses. So it's like for advertising, and he has to have that money to pay off a fine he has for the tennis or ping pong association. Then he gets there, and then the people are like, you can't perform because you haven't paid the fine off, and it's in 2 weeks. We're not going to redo the tournament. Which, like, I do actually like. I like that the two main problems he really has in terms of winning are like so obvious. Like it's so obvious that like, yeah, if you are here as a table tennis player and then you rack up a tab at a really nice hotel and then like send that tab to the tennis to the table tennis institution, they're gonna ban you. Like they're gonna send you the fine and be like, you can't play. Maybe you're banned in general, but maybe you can play if you've paid off the fine. And then obviously, if you pay it off a week before the tournament, they're not gonna restructure the tournament to have you in. Like they're very obvious, but I guess that's good. It's good because it's a character that has flaws, that is quite stupid. Although that's the thing I said before about not really being fond of that. What was I gonna say? I can't remember. Oh, but then he decides that like he's, you know, everyone's making fun of him because he lost the initial match. He's realizing he can't play in the other one, so he challenges him to a real one. And then he wins. It's a single game and he wins. But honestly, is this a crazy interpretation that like the Japanese guy like doesn't really care? The match point, it doesn't seem like the Japanese guy is playing that hard. Like it goes like right past him. It sounds like he's just kind of like, oh, well, I don't know. I don't want to lose this, but like it doesn't really matter. Is that an insane interpretation? Like this Japanese guy like doesn't really care about him. If for anyone who's watched it, or if anyone has watched it, they came away with the same conclusion. It barely even qualifies as an exhibition game. The victory is entirely self-centered. I see. Okay. You don't think that's what the movie's going for? I don't think it is either. I think maybe it's better if it is, though. Well, maybe not. Because the point is that he actually wins. It's you know. But that sounds like how it would be for me. Like, if I think about this as a real universe, sometimes a sign of really good writing, or a sign of good writing in general, is that you engage with the universe someone has created as if it's real. You think about the characters as real people, how they would really, you know, react to situations. A sign of not very good writing is saying, well, this is what I think would probably happen, but this is what the writers I think were going for. If you're saying this is what the writers I think were going for, even though it's not what I think would happen, it is a sign of at least your perspective being that the writing is flawed. Possibly bad faith. It could be a bad faith interpretation, but it could also just be because the situation that the writers have put the characters in and the conclusion isn't satisfying in a way that like takes you out of it. The Japanese guy is literally deaf to all of Marty's yapping. Yeah, he doesn't even know. So maybe that is kind of the purpose. I'm willing to. It's the Safdie brother, right? It's one of the brothers. Is it Ben Safdie? I can't remember his name. What happened there? Josh Safdie. Like, what's the conversation there? You're like, you're the other Safdie, and you're like, hey, do you want to go do another Safdie movie as the Safdie brothers? And he's like, yeah, I kind of already got like a movie going. And he's like, oh, okay. It's like, yeah, no, it's with Timothée Chalamet. Oh, Chalamet. I thought we said we wanted him for the next movie we're gonna do. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine. Like, do you think that's how the conversation? Like, how do you? It's like, also, I don't know why there are so many, and by so many in my brain that I can think of right now, there's two, like, sibling director combos. Like, I feel like that's a nightmare. Like, I love my siblings, but I'd like. Oh, then the Coens too, of course. So it's three. That's always been a thing. That sounds terrible. That sounds like the worst like relationship you want. Is your sibling, your adult sibling? some people like their sibling. I like my siblings. I don't want to work with my siblings in a professional setting. Working with another person on a project is like a pain because there's money involved. And especially if it's a creative vision, it's just like, it's hard to have these sort of disagreements with people. But especially if it's your fucking sibling. I feel like that would make it more complicated. I feel like that would add a negative dimension to it. Not a pain in working with me. I'm just amazing around. I'm just amazing to be around. It's super agreeable. I feel like you don't want to be agreeable as a director, though. I feel like if you're a director, you have like a... I feel like that might be... Do you think it happens with some of the sibling duos? Is like they have the like, this is how it should be sibling, and then the, oh yeah, that's cool sibling. Oh yeah, that actually sounds like a great idea. Yeah, sure, we can do that over the thing that I wanted to do. They recognize their strengths and weaknesses really well. I guess fair enough. I guess I've never directed. I would assume that the real answer is just they know each other well enough. And directing something with someone is a very intimate experience. I want 3 David Lynch-I to direct my... I like that you made the plural of David Lynch, like, Greek. I like that. I like the I instead of the S. I think that's a good addition. That's good universe building for whatever language. That would be good. We need an even weirder Lynch sibling. That's more Latin than Greek. Is it? What is the Latin plural? I don't think it's I, isn't it? Is it? What is the Latin plural? Is it just S? Oh, it's an us to an I. Oh, okay. No, it is. Okay, I'm wrong. Alumni. Of course. Or it's S to an ES or a UM to an A. It's the declension, yeah. This fucking Latin. No, I guess it is. Is that where that comes from etymologically? I guess it depends on the word. I guess we have a lot more Latin in our language than Greek, so that is, I guess you're right. I guess you're right, Chatter. Well, I guess you're right, Chatter. Has there ever been a male and female sibling director pairing? Yes, for like a little bit. For a little bit there, I think there was, and then there wasn't again. I don't know how long it was, the duration. I don't think it was very long. It's the Wachowskis, of course. Of course. For about a year, yeah. Anyway, folks, if you like the stream, if you like all the great jokes that I make, you should subscribe. Amazon. If you have an Amazon account, you can connect to your Twitch account. You get a free subscription you can use on me. You can also give me money by subscribing the regular way. You can also give me gift subs, which is much appreciated because I do this. It's like tipping your waitress, is right, folks. And you do that. It's like tipping your surrogate. Exactly. I think I'm fairly certain I get less gift subs on average than like some of the other streams I know, and I honestly think the actual answer is that more trans women watch, and it's a rough world. Do you know what I mean? So fair enough. You can't be. That's the way it is. You're caught, yeah. It's like a quarter. It's a quarter. I have a quarter women who watch according to the analytics. It's not my turn to the $5 yet. Yeah. I just stopped giving you gift subs because I was going into too much credit card debt. See, I'm not gonna make a joke here because there is
okay.
like
I'm transgender.
a 1% chance that you're not
Do
joking.
whatever you want all the time.
And that's Pavlomus, thank you. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. But thank you for going into credit card debt for me, Unknown Merc. Much appreciated. And thank you, Pomplamoose. You're not joking? Okay. Well, that's okay. Please don't. If you have credit card debt, please don't give me gift subs. I don't do. Listen. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Please don't. If you gotta do with your credit card debt, it's probably more important. I'm doing okay. Sitter Bobin, thank you for the gift sub. But thank you. If you were Findom, you'd be telling people to go into credit card debt. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's probably a line there. I can't say that I've thought about the nuances of the line for financial domination. Yeah, like, there's gotta be some, like, do you think that's an unethical Findom? Do you think, what do we think, chat? Do we think that there's, like, because clearly, like, there are clearly people who do things, like, would that classify as, like, a sex addiction? If someone is literally, like, ruining their life because of the concept of, like, a hot woman draining their bank account is, like, so hot. Like, that's a disorder. You're ruining your life. I think that probably is just a sex addiction. There are levels. I mean, I'm sure. Ethical Findoming is telling them to invest better to pay more. I am gay! Filler, thank you for the prime. For Bidens, I'm slipping. It's actually the opposite. Dylan, thank you for the prime.
I am gay!
There's a hype train if you would like to. Mark says analysis, stream watchers attempt to do analysis of material conditions. Wait, what is? How do you? You're saying my chat is not sufficiently Marxist? Speaking of Marxism, I think honestly, you're doing honestly, chat. I think you guys are doing a perfectly sufficient Marxist analysis of the material conditions of financial domination. And speaking of, we have lots of cool emotes. If you would like to subscribe to the stream. So if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can get your Twitch account, get a free subscription. I thought you said sex addiction wasn't a real addiction. Yeah, that's true. I did say that. That is true, actually. 1D Vibration, thank you for the Prime. That is a good point. That is true. For some reason, I got it mixed up with gambling addiction in my mind, because that is... You can make a much better argument. I also said porn addiction isn't real, but I have also said sex addiction isn't real, because it's not a diagnosis anymore. Let me see. Thank you for tier 1. If it was ever one on the DSM. Let me see. Thank you for tier 1. It's now hypersexuality, which is also very controversial. Yeah, I mean, it probably just isn't an addiction. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say, really. This is why I couldn't be. I mean, actually, no, this is not the only reason why I could never do financial domination. I'm like, damn, but like, by the way, if you really need the money, like, I'll be fine. And he's like, you're ruining. And I'm like, I'm sorry. He's like, you're not supposed to say sorry. And I'm like, oh yeah. I am gay. I couldn't do it. I don't allow it in me. Miss Pac-Man, thank you. And being dominated by me is like losing a chest to a dog. By the way, just to make that clear, I guess if you have a thing for losing a chest to your dog, is that Savage Diarrhea 69, thank you. Get a guy that's into both financial phenom and ruined orgasms? No thanks. No thank you. I'm good on that one. More for you, really. More for you. It sounds like. Carl, thank you.
White people happy.
Anyway, that's not exactly what I want to feel, is losing a chest to your dog. I was gonna say, I do find it annoying that, like, people don't assume that, like, cisgender women... But I'm like, no, they do. Like, I think that it is the meme. I do think the meme is correct, that it's like, do you want a dominant woman, or are you just, like, kind of autistic and you like when someone is, like, very direct with what they want? But, like, the neurodivergence in this chat is, like, you know, you could see that applies to people. So I think they read into... It's a, how do you have a chaos orb, like, thingy? That's really cool. I need to play Path of Exile again. Do I? Actually, guy or lady or they who has the chaos orb thing, should I play Path of Exile 2? Is the update good? Oh, it's from the launch. Because I played it a lot in, like, was it the second thing? Like, right before Huntress got out. And I was like, this is cool. I played like 100 hours. Oh, there's a druid class. Oh, okay. It's okay. I'm not much of a druid person. Alright, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for all the money. Much appreciated. Anyway, thank you for the money. Thank you. You just made me learn things about myself. There you go. See, that's what the Livbrarian stream is for, apparently. It was before the holidays. Oh, okay, cool. Because, yeah, I haven't played it in like a year. Last year around this time, I had really bad acid reflux and I got sick. And it felt like I was sick for like a whole month. So I just played Path of Exile. And I was like, this is awesome. And then I played it for like 100 hours. And I was like, I'm good. I'm done with this. Played for 40 days a night since the start of my life. I was sick like a week and a half ago, and I'm still clogged. I'm still congested. I'm washed. I'm always sick. I just have a really bad immune system. Or something. Sick all of last year. I was sick for like... No, I had acid reflux symptoms for like a month, which felt like a sickness. Am I being careful of the draft? Bro, it's the Promaya. My Serbian grandparents were right. It's the fucking Promaya, it's the draft. It'll kill you. You know what I will say about like Serbian culture is the very Chinese coded component of it is an obsession with cold as like a negative health thing. I think there's a commonality there. Speaking Serbian with the French R, it's the only foreign R that I have. It's like, you know how we say Beijing? Like the J, the proper J is in English. It's Beijing. But like you assign the reason why it's Jing is because that's like a foreign us. That is the English pronunciation of the word of the city. Maybe you're different. Maybe you're one of those people who says samurai instead of samurai, or something. You know, the proper J is not in English. Well, it's close enough. Okay, it's much closer than the J that we use for it for some reason, because like the J, the je, like that's like drawn out. I'm stun locked by that ellipses. Don't you dare ellipses me, chatter. I need to ban the ellipses. Actually, I banned the word yikes. I need to ban the ellipses too. That's too far. Maybe 2 dots is acceptable, but 3 dots. You know why? Because it's the equivalent of like crickets. Well, no, it isn't actually. It's like the full 3 dots. I banned them all, by the way. You're trying to do the like. Wait, how did you get that through? I guess I didn't ban them all. Did you use like a special character? Oh, it just decided to let some people say yikes. Okay, that's fine. Chat going crazy with the Morse code because they all wish they could have been the one who did it initially. But we use the J that's longer because that's like a foreign. That's a J we use for foreign words. Even though it's further away from the J. Sorry, it's not the same J. Than in the English. You're doing yikes, but like in Morse code, maybe? Is that what's going on there? That's the same. Any foreign R, I'm like, I kind of know how to do the French one. Am I sure I banned it? I don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't know. Clearly not. Clearly it's not working. It was picking up some of them. The auto mod is just like not trying hard enough because I got some of them where it's like banned term, not allowed through, and it's like someone saying yikes, and then immediately after, it was yikes. So. Automon is sleeping. Story of, what's new? Saying Automan instead of Ottoman. I would never insult the Ottomans by a picture of a dog. That's true. People will say Barcelona when that's the Castilian Spanish. You're doing colonialism. They should say Barcelona. Anyway. It's been 5 hours. I'll probably stop here. Yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. I love catching a quick 6-hour stream, like in between the start and finish of a Hassan stream. Anyway, here's a Discord. If you ping you when I go live. You know, I'm gonna raid the goat. I'm gonna raid Chibli. Anyway. See you all later.